Okay, good morning, everyone. If you can take your seats, we're about to begin this morning. So, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of the SARM convention, and I hope everyone had a chance to check out the trade show this morning, and a reminder that it'll be open till 3:30 this afternoon. So if you place your name in a draw for any of the exhibitor booths, SARM staff will be posting the names of the winners on the boards near the tables in the southeast corner of the ITC by 11:30 this morning. So before we begin, a quick message about our sponsor.
Tonight's hockey game is brought to you by the Regina Hotel Association, whose member hotels are delighted to assist you in any way. Please visit stayinregina.com to learn more.
Okay, thank you. It's a pleasure to kick off today's proceedings by introducing the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe. Thank you. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Scott was first elected to Saskatchewan legislature in 2011 in the provincial election in the constituency of Ross Thurn Shellbrook. In 2018, he was elected leader of the Saskatchewan Party and sworn in as Premier of Saskatchewan. Premier Moe was born and raised on a grain farm between Shellbrook and Parkside. He and his wife Krista currently reside nearby in Shellbrook. Premier Moe's priorities include a focus on increasing Saskatchewan's exports to create opportunities for people and further grow Saskatchewan's economy. He's also committed to advancing the economic interests of Saskatchewan through strengthening Saskatchewan's high-quality agriculture, mining, manufacturing, and energy industries that meet the needs of growing markets around the globe with world-leading efficiency and sustainability. Please join me in welcoming Premier Moe.
Well, thank you very much, Ray, and thank you to all of the delegates of SARM for what you do in each and every day. And welcome this morning, my legislative colleagues. Welcome here this morning. I know many of you have been here over the course of the last couple of days and will continue to be here for the next while as well. And let me say that it is a true and distinct pleasure for me to join you today for our discussion here this morning, and a bear pit in a short while after my 2.5 to 3 hour address. We'll get into that. But in all seriousness, this is a good opportunity for interaction here. It's an opportunity for us as the government to provide an update on our upcoming provincial budget, as well as the government's new plan for growth that we put out a couple of months ago. And then I think, in fairness, during the bear pit, it's an opportunity for you to provide your provincial cabinet with an update as to the priorities and what's important in your community and what's on the mind of your ratepayers across this province. And it's an opportunity that we take very seriously and one that we very much appreciate. It's also an opportunity for us collectively to look out over the course of the next year, as all of us in this room, if you're running again, we're going to have some elections in this province. And that may explain why my comments this morning may be just slightly more pointed than they normally are, and they're normally pretty pointy. Folks, we've been out, myself and cabinet ministers and caucus have been out across the province over the course of the last few weeks, and along the way we made a number of stops, but we made one stop that I'll reference in particular, a stop in the RM of Frenchman Butte, an RM just northeast of Lloydminster, where we had the opportunity to announce and celebrate an innovative highways partnership with the RM of Frenchman Butte. And that highways partnership is a cost-shared program. It's a program that began then under Minister Dave Merritt a few years ago, and it includes the resurfacing of one of our thin membrane surface roads, Highway 21, just north of Paradise Hill, where we're going to take that TMS road and turn it into an asphalt concrete road. And that's welcome news for everyone in the area. And before that agreement was signed, as always, before any agreement is signed, there was some frank discussions between then Minister of Highways, Minister Merritt, and a number of RM representatives. One RM representative in particular, Gay Nate, who I think is here today, and many of you may know may know Gate, but those of you that do, and those of you that do know her, will know this, that Gay Nate is a very much a Saskatchewan straight shooter. She will tell you what's on her mind. She takes no prisoners, as a matter of fact, when it comes to representing her ratepayers, like so many of you in this room. Many of you in this room will also agree with me when I say that Dave Merritt is no shrinking violet himself. In fact, SARM delegates, you put up with Dave for a number of years, and now you've given him to us. But I'm told that when Gay and Dave, they stepped into that octagon ring, you could have sold tickets for that battle. There's some heated debate, and then when they got on the bus tour of the highway, Gay, I think only half jokingly, threatened to throw Dave off of the bus, and she said this, and I quote, "By the way, Dave, when you get thrown off of this bus, don't try to use your cell phone because there isn't a whole bunch of coverage up here." So it's fair to say in the work towards that positive agreement, things got a little feisty, but the fact of the matter is that Gay and Dave, they respected one another throughout that conversation, and they still do to this day. And in the end, they were able to resolve to work together to move what was a very important project for that area of our province and for the province proper, to move that project forward. I think this relationship is symbolic of the broader partnership that we have with our rural municipalities across this province. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't always see eye to eye. But when it comes down to it, we all understand that we have a duty and we have an obligation to serve our ratepayers, to serve our taxpayers, and serve the residents of this province. This is a partnership that has worked well over the past number of years, and this is a partnership that I would offer will continue to work well into the future. So on that note, I want to thank each and every one of you in this room, Reeves, councillors, administrators. I want to thank you for what you do each and every day in building a stronger community and thereby collectively building a stronger province of Saskatchewan. It's appreciated on behalf of your government of Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a busy week, been an eventful week, and it's only Wednesday. We have additional cases of COVID-19 or the coronavirus, not only in Canada, but around the world. And currently we have no known cases here in Saskatchewan, but we expect that eventually that could change. And right now the risk in our province is very low, but we need to take every precaution as individuals. And that means we need to do simple things like washing our hands more frequently, staying at home if you're feeling under the weather. And folks, I have every confidence in the ability of our health officials in this province and the medical community that we have in this province to deal with this virus, and I would hope that you have share that confidence as well. We'll get through this, but each of us individually need to do our part. The uncertainty, there I go, and it's self-isolate on the stage here. The uncertainty with respect to coronavirus or COVID-19, as we've all noticed, it's also affected our stock markets, the global stock markets. Currently, those markets were hit hard again this week with the drop in oil prices that impacts this province on a temporary basis. Lower oil prices are a challenge not only for our economy, but they're a challenge for the revenues of the government as well. But it is important for us to always remember that this is an area of our economy where there is volatility from time to time, and there is volatility from week to week. And that's the reason that we quite frankly made some decisions about 3 years ago to reduce our provincial dependency on natural resource revenues, in particular on energy revenues. We peaked a number of years ago with our provincial revenues peaking at 32% being reliant on natural resource revenues. This past year, we've dropped that down to 11%. When it comes to oil and energy in particular, we're down under 5% reliance on natural resource revenue. So we have made some difficult decisions that have put this province in a strong and resilient financial position. And I would say that we are not going to respond to daily market challenges that including a dropping price of oil, that we're not going to respond to those challenges in a panicky or a knee-jerk fashion by cutting programs and services. So to simply say this, we are not going to hire or fire nurses, doctors, or teachers based on the day price of a barrel of oil. We're not going to do that. Rather, we think it's time, and you're going to see this in about a week's time from today when we release our provincial budget, we think it's time for us to invest in programs and services, and that is exactly what you're going to see next week. Delegates, there's another issue that I think was addressed a little earlier this week by the minister, and I think I should address it here today, and that's the proposed name change by the Saskatchewan Urban Municipalities Association, and this was a decision that has come forward and was made by the SUMA executive. At a time when our rural municipalities and our urban municipalities need to continue to find ways to work more closely together. Ladies and gentlemen, for the name change to be enshrined in the legislation that governs SUMA, an MLA will have to introduce that legislation in the legislature. And the earliest that would be able to happen would be this fall. But it doesn't seem appropriate to us that MLAs should be asked to vote on this name change before SUMA members have been given the chance to vote on it, and that's what will occur. SUMA has been advised that its membership needs to be supportive of this change prior to the provincial government working on any legislative changes. So, my friends, this is quite a crop year we just came through as well. If we look back over the course of the last number of months, it was a very dry spring, and then about the middle of June in most areas in this province, the taps were turned on, and quite frankly, we weren't able to turn them off. It was quite a harvest. And I would ask this question, how many in this room had the opportunity, I guess, to dry most of their crop? I would say many. I know they did in our area. And I'd say how many in this room, through drying that crop, had the opportunity to look at their carbon tax bill that would have been on their propane bill or their Sask Energy bill. Now, if you go back a few months and you recall when the federal government was implementing this silly tax on our province, they had said that agriculture was going to be exempt. That was the first statement they said. And then they told us that the rebates that they're going to be handing out are going to more than cover the cost of the carbon tax, and we're all going to come out ahead and quite likely be singing Kumbaya at the end of the day. So let me just have a look around here with a show of hands. With your carbon tax rebate and your grain drying bill, how many of you in this room came out ahead? It's about the same as our caucus room, 0. But lately, I'll just give a quick update because things are looking more positive in this conversation, particularly in the legal conversation around the carbon tax, around the constitutionality of that silly tax, of which we had said the federal government does not have the constitutional authority to do this. We took it to our Court of Appeal, but just last month, Alberta did the same, took it to the Alberta Court of Appeal. We intervened in that case, and the Alberta Court of Appeal ruled that a carbon tax is not constitutional, and they ruled in a 4-to-1 majority vote. In fact, the Alberta Court of Appeal went further. Absolutely. Not only did the Alberta Court of Appeal say that this tax is unconstitutional, they went on to say, and I quote, the federally imposed carbon tax is a Trojan horse. That's not a good thing. A Trojan horse that would lead to every aspect of the province's management of natural resources be subject to federal regulation. This is a Trojan horse, and it's an in on education, it's an in on healthcare, and it's an in most certainly on environmental policy. So in a few weeks, the Supreme Court of Canada is going to hear our Saskatchewan appeal. Delegates, we have been determined to stop this silly federal carbon tax from the very beginning because we knew that it would affect you and your business and your family. And there are others in this province. There is another political party who have actually applauded this federal government's carbon tax, and they have went on to say, and I quote again, they have called it our constitutional challenge of the federally imposed carbon tax. The other party in this province has called it a pointless crusade. It is not a pointless crusade, it is a pointless tax. And if you don't believe it's not a pointless crusade, you should ask 4 out of 5 Alberta judges, because they would agree with that. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue to use every means possible and employ every opportunity to stop this silly and ineffective federally imposed carbon tax. My friends, I want to continue to thank you for what you do in your communities. Building strong communities, building strong families within those communities. Collectively, together, we build a stronger province of Saskatchewan. And without our growing economy in this province, we would not be in a position to make the investments on your behalf right back into those communities. But we should remember a few things. We should remember there was a time not long ago where we did not have that strong economy, that strong export-based economy. There was little growth, or in many years, no growth at all in our province and likewise in our communities. But that changed a few years ago. That changed in a big way. Where we worked, we started to work with you in this room and work with your communities. We started to work with you directly in this room on a new revenue sharing formula for your municipality and others. A revenue sharing formula that to this year will deliver $278 million in next week's provincial budget. This is the highest amount that has ever been delivered under that formula. It's up $27 million over last year. That's an 11% year-over-year increase, up 119% since 2007. And it's here because of the collaborative engagement with SARM, and we appreciate that. We continue to invest in infrastructure in your community and your municipality, with more than $30 billion now invested in infrastructure in this province by the provincial government since 2007. We've invested in highways in your community and mine, over $9 billion. Over 14,000 kilometers of highways have been upgraded in this province, and even with this investment, we understand, and I'm on them, there's more to do. We see it. I drive on it, including Highway 21 in Frenchman Butte. But if you recall, there was a time in this province, if we go back a short period of time, there was a time when there was a senior minister in a former government, not ours, but a former government that invited residents from the community to go out, take a shovel, and fix your own potholes. That was the government that let our thin membrane surface highways decay and crumble to a point where they're really nothing more than a glorified goat path. We've invested, we continue to invest, and we are going to continue to invest. We introduced programs like the Rural Integrated Roads for Growth program, which is formerly known as the MRIP program. $280 million has flowed through the MRIP program into your communities across this province to benefit our agricultural shippers, to benefit our agricultural processing industry, and to benefit our communities as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a time not long ago in this province where we were losing doctors and we were losing nurses. We were losing our medical health care professionals, in particular in rural Saskatchewan, but across this province. In fact, when this government came to office, Saskatchewan had the worst doctor and nurse retention rate in Canada. Since then, through a growing economy of which each and every one of you in this room are part of, we have been able to increase our nurse capacity of all designations by 3,800, plus 900 physicians that are practicing in communities right across this province. We have additionally taken unprecedented steps and thought outside of the box, if you will, to recruit physicians into our rural areas, including a 20-physician locum pool that moves around the province to communities that are struggling with their numbers for a short period of time. But we also know there's more to do on this front. And we're here to say that we're going to do it. In addition to the people that are offering services in our buildings, in our hospitals, in our healthcare facilities, we've invested $1.6 billion in healthcare infrastructure to build new long-term care facilities, to build new hospitals in our communities. This includes, yes, the Jim Pattison Children's Hospital in Saskatoon. It also includes, more recently, a new and expanded Victoria Hospital in Prince Albert. A hospital to not only service the area of Prince Albert, the city of Prince Albert, but the rural area surrounding Prince Albert and the entire northern half of our province. My friends, I'd ask you this, and this is relevant to this room. Where would we be without the service that is offered by STARS? STARS now in Saskatchewan has transported more than 5,000 patients since their operations began in 2012. And quite frankly and quite simply, I would say this. There are men and women in our communities and in our province that just simply would not be alive today if it was not for STARS. And I want to say a huge thank you to those in this room. SARM, as we know, was an early financial and very vocal backer of STARS, and we say thank you so very much to the entire organization of SARM for being there every step of the way. Looking back, we all remember in this room, and we will recall when there was an imbalance in our education property tax system. It was the topic of these conventions year after year. Every year, the government of the day, they'd come to this convention and they would commit to you that they were going to fix it. And year after year, they failed to do that. We reached a point in this province where 60% of our education system was actually funded by education property tax, and I would say that a disproportionate amount of that was funded by agricultural land. And while you were paying far too much disproportionate amounts on education property tax, the government at the same time was closing schools. They closed 176 of those schools to be exact. Most of them, many of them were in rural Saskatchewan in our communities. You were paying more and you were getting less. Our government promised and we committed to fix that. And we did. We delivered the largest education property tax reduction in this province's history, including an 80% reduction in education property tax on rural agricultural farmland. While at the same time, at the very same time, in reducing that education property tax to make it more fair for everyone in this province, we were actually building schools. We built 46 new schools over the course of the last decade. Possibly more to come in next week's provincial budget. I'm not sure. Folks, you can only do this with a strong economy and a vision for a stronger economy into the future. A few months back, we released our new growth plan for the province of Saskatchewan. And in that plan for growth, there are 20 actions, there are 30 goals to ensure that our province will continue to grow over the course of the next years, will continue to grow out to the year 2030. In those goals are two overarching targets. One, to grow our population to 1.4 million people by 2030, and in doing so, create 100,000 jobs in communities right across Saskatchewan. In this plan for growth, there are, admittedly, some very, very ambitious production targets for energy, for forestry, for manufacturing, but for the sake of brevity here today in my 3-hour address, I'm just going to talk about agriculture, I'm going to talk about trade, and a little bit about infrastructure and the importance of infrastructure, in particular transport-focused infrastructure. So in agriculture, our target in the plan for growth is to produce 45 million tons a year by the year 2030. So that is an aggressive target in itself when you just look at that target. But consider what you in this room and your neighbors have done since 2007. In 2007 in this province, our agricultural production was 23 million tons. 2018, 35 million tons, up 33%. Last year, despite the challenges we had in the spring, despite the challenges we had in the harvest, despite the fact that unfortunately we left some crop out in this province. Last year we were at 37 million tons. It's the second largest crop that has ever been harvested here in the province's history. How remarkable is that? That makes 45 million tons nothing but a passing goal. And what's remarkable is as we continue to produce more in this province, we are actually doing, and the global markets and our federal government is very concerned with this, and I would say that we always have been in rural Saskatchewan. We are producing more, and we are doing so far more sustainably with far less impact on our environment. And this is one, I've always said, one of the great untold stories in our nation. In 1991, 36% of Saskatchewan's cultivated acreage was farmed using not zero-till, but using minimum till. 25 years later, in 2016, 93% of cropland was farmed using zero-till agricultural practices. Not even minimum till, but zero-till agricultural practices. And it's because of those sustainable ag practices that we're using in this room and our neighbors are back in our home community that our ag industry now is not a net emitter of carbon. It's actually a sequester of carbon, up to 12 million tons each and every year. This is equal about to what the industry emits. So I am going to say something about Saskatchewan agriculture that I am not aware of anywhere else in the world that is able to make this statement. Ladies and gentlemen, in Saskatchewan, crop agriculture is essentially carbon neutral. That's something we can be proud of. It's a great Saskatchewan story, and I would put forward it's a great Canadian story. I would also put forward that this is a far better way for us to address a global challenge known as climate change, far better way than a silly carbon tax because it actually works. You're doing your part. You most certainly are doing your part. And the federal government would do well to acknowledge that progress and to work together with us on innovative solutions so that we can deal with climate change much more collaboratively. Innovative solutions to take those zero-till drills that are being produced in communities in Saskatchewan and export those around the world so that others can have and experience the same opportunity that we have. Now, farmers and ranchers, they deserve much of the credit for boosting our agricultural production here in the province, and our focus in government has been on how do we support that increase? How do we support the transition as well to a larger food processing market here in Saskatchewan? How do we support this through innovation and through research? How do we look for further opportunities in this industry to create more value in our communities, our province, and yes, our nation? Irrigation is one opportunity. Very much, I would say, an underutilized opportunity in Saskatchewan. And if we are able to increase the number of irrigated acres in our province, there will be a much larger opportunity for us to diversify into much higher value crops, as well as opportunities to attract value-added processing again into our communities. So in this coming budget, you are going to see a significant commitment to further identify opportunities to expand our irrigation acres here in the province of Saskatchewan. We want to work with producers, and we want to work with the private sector investors so that we can explore every opportunity to expand this economic opportunity for your community and for our province proper. Ladies and gentlemen, we have also set goals in the value-added processing sector. This is an area that is very ripe for growth for our towns, villages, cities, and for our province's GDP. And I'll provide some examples. Currently, in Saskatchewan, there's companies that process about 40 to 45% of our canola seed into canola oil and canola meal. This is a great untold story in our province of how much canola seed we actually process right here at home. And that's pretty good, I would put forward. If we were able to bump that number to 75% of our canola seed, creating hundreds of jobs in our communities, hundreds of jobs, millions and millions of dollars of investment, that would actually drive another $2 billion directly into the economy of Saskatchewan. And many, many jobs. We can do the same in pulse processing. 50% of Canada's pulse exports come from this province. Only 10% of those pulse exports are actually processed here in this province. If we can move that up to 50%, another $1 billion into the economy of Saskatchewan. So we need to continue to increase the opportunities for that investment to occur, to increase the value of our production, and that is a noble goal, and it's one that we will continue to work on. But we need to continue to be able to get those products to our markets. This is crucial. This is crucial not only for Saskatchewan, but it is crucial for our nation, as we are an exporting nation. But it is very, very crucial for us in Saskatchewan. We are a province that exports 70% of what we produce. We export that product to more than 150 countries around the world. It's also crucial for a province where 1 in 5 jobs are directly dependent on those exports. This is the source of our wealth. And today, admittedly, we are facing some challenges moving those products to market, in particular challenges moving them across our nation, trade-related challenges with places like China. And I'm going to talk about some of those challenges in a moment. In those challenges, there are some that are beyond our control, admittedly. But what we need to do within this province is to concentrate on the challenges that are within our control. And it is within our capacity to expand and to enhance the export infrastructure that we have within our province. And that's why in next week's budget, you are going to see one of the largest investments in infrastructure in the history of Saskatchewan. This will build on the strength of the already $30 billion that we have invested in this province over the course of the last dozen years. For example, as I said earlier, we need to increase our investment when it comes to upgrading our thin membrane surface roads in this province. We need to continue to build passing lanes in this province, not only to help us move goods out of our communities, out of our province to that export destination, but to ensure that we have the very safest roads for our families that are using those same highways. We're investing and continue to invest in highway safety, specifically at our intersections. We have a $65 million 5-year commitment to upgrade the intersection safety in this province, and we're going to continue on that path in this budget next week. Ladies and gentlemen, we also need to take every opportunity to strengthen our transportation infrastructure in every single direction. And that includes looking at options to move more products south through pipeline and rail, to gain access to not only American markets, but also access to American port capacity. And our goal, as I said, in the new plan for growth is to increase our export value by 50%. That's the source of our wealth in our communities. And last week, we released the export figures for 2019, and there was some expected numbers in there, and there were some strong numbers in there. Considering the headwinds that we have been facing over the course of the fiscal year 2019. The fact is we moved to about $30 billion exported over the course of last year. That is saying something, considering in 2007 that number was $16 billion. We're up some 55%. Yes, as expected, we were down with our exports to China, down significantly with our exports that were able to access the China market, and most of that being canola, which affects us in this room. But that decline was largely offset by significant increases in other markets. In Bangladesh, for example, our exports to Bangladesh are up 118%. In the European Union, our exports to the European Union up 59%. To the United Arab Emirates, up 40%. And to India, up 23%, a market where we have had some challenges in years gone by. And what I find interesting is the strategy that we have undertaken. Each and every one of those markets, myself or a cabinet minister has been in those markets over the course of the last 2 years, some of them 2 and 3 times. And I'm not going to say there's a direct effect, but it can't be hurting. Partially because we know how to dress when we get there. I'm going to see him later this week. But I do believe, in all seriousness, I do believe that the engagement of your provincial government in those markets on trade missions and the officials that we have in those markets, it has helped tremendously. And we will continue to do what is working with Saskatchewan people, selling Saskatchewan products, advocating for investment to come to our province in those markets. We need those connections. Those person-to-person connections, business-to-business connections, government supporting all of that in those markets. Those connections are very, very important if we are to continue to grow our export-based economy in our communities and in our province. We need to be in these markets. That's why we have announced that we are going to expand our international trade offices to India, to Singapore, and to Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, this quite simply is not a time when we can rely on the federal government to represent our interests in these key international markets. We need Saskatchewan people on the ground who are from this province and who will make Saskatchewan exporters' case each and every time, and we'll attract investment back into our province so that we can continue to build the value of our exports and build the value that we see in our communities. Now, international trade is one area where I have said time and time again that we are going to be exerting our provincial autonomy. But there are other opportunities as well. Transportation of our export products is another opportunity. For example, advancing pipeline projects within the province. My friends, this situation actually is quite urgent today. The oil price differential is costing our government directly through royalties and taxes about $300 million a year. That's about the price each and every year of a new Jim Pattison's hospital, or about the price each and every year of a new and expanded hospital in Prince Albert, each and every year. This is the differential is that price discount that we are receiving here in Saskatchewan and in Alberta due to a lack of pipeline capacity. The industry, in addition to the $300 million that the government is out on their revenue line each and every year from royalties and taxes, the industry, I would put forward, is out billions of dollars in economic activity due to this constraint of pipeline capacity. Meanwhile, in this province, we continue to move about 10% of our energy production by rail. Quite frankly, that's a product that shouldn't be on the rails at all. And it further is constricting our rail capacity for other products like grain and oil and potash and timber. The fact of the matter is we do need additional pipeline capacity, not only for the energy industry, but also for agriculture, also for the potash industry and our timber industry. Meanwhile, while we have been asking for this, we have seen the federal government effectively kill 2 pipelines in this nation, significant projects. Northern Gateway, killed by Bill C-48. Energy East, killed by Bill C-69. Now, we know that TMX, or the Trans Mountain Pipeline, is cleared for construction, as is Keystone XL, and those projects need to not only be constructed, but be constructed as quickly and as efficiently as possible, because we need that capacity here in Western Canada, and we're hoping for the best with those 2 projects. But hope, I would put forward, is not a strategy for anything. We need to control our destiny in this province, and that's why we have formed a new cabinet committee. It's called the Pipeline Project Assessment Committee, or the PPAC Committee, to review the viability of pipeline projects that are occurring and beneficial to this province, and look at the possibility, yes, of the provincial government being involved in those projects to ensure that they are built to benefit all of our export-based industries here in Saskatchewan. We have looked at a number of proposals and continue to look at those proposals so that we can boost this capacity for the benefit of all of us. And we're going to give serious consideration to each of these proposals so that we can increase our government revenue by millions, so that we can increase our economic activity in our communities by billions, and so that we can ensure that we are freeing up rail capacity for the other industries that are important to our communities in Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, there are other areas where we can continue to exert our provincial autonomy, or start anew in this case. One of those is in the area of the office of the Chief Firearms Officer. The Chief Firearms Officer is responsible for administering federal firearms legislation in this province, and we know that there are a number of changes afoot with respect to federal firearms legislation. Right now, Saskatchewan is one of 8 provinces that has a federally appointed Chief Firearms Officer. But we do have an option to appoint our own, and we're going to exercise that option. We think and we truly believe that a provincially appointed Chief Firearms Officer will have a much better understanding of our communities, our people in this province, and will be better positioned to build stronger relationships with gun owners in this province. What we are looking for, quite frankly, is prudent, reasonable, and a sensible interpretation of firearms legislation, of federal firearms legislation in the province of Saskatchewan, and we think we'll get it from a provincially appointed nominee. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a quick summary of our new plan for growth here in the province, and this plan, you will see, is going to be further supported by not only the budget that we will release next week, but by subsequent budgets after that, if we have the honor to continue to serve as your government in Regina here. It's a vision. This document is a vision of the future of our province, and we know that it is subject to many events beyond our control in this room. And in the last few months, as we talked about here, there's been no shortage of those events. COVID-19 continues to be a challenge for us today, resulting in dropping stock markets, dropping oil prices. We had a rail strike. We had we've had illegal blockades that impeded the shipment of our high-value export products, our high-value and sustainable export products, the export products that represent the very lifeblood of our economy in each of our communities, and it was brought to a standstill here this winter. But delegates know this, there is always going to be challenges. We are always going to face challenges. In fact, the only thing that is certain about the future, all too often, is that it's uncertain. And that's why it is important for us to focus collectively on the things that we can control right here in Saskatchewan. And that's why it's crucial, it's absolutely crucial that we make the right choices in this province that we know and love. If we do this, ladies and gentlemen, if we make the right choices, we can build on the strengths of Saskatchewan. We can build on the incredible progress that we have experienced over the last decade. Progress and strength that I would say has turned Saskatchewan into a beacon of hope for people across this nation and around the world. Progress that has enabled us to play an outsized role in reducing hunger and poverty around the globe. And we have done that. Progress that has seen Saskatchewan help make the world cleaner and greener. Progress that is based on what the very best that Saskatchewan has to offer. Our compassion, our generosity, our determination, and most certainly our resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, we can move forward into the future confident, optimistic, and bold, knowing that we have yet to explore the full promise of this great province of Saskatchewan, knowing that we can continue to invest in our rural and urban communities across this province, certainly to continue to build on the strengths of Saskatchewan, to continue to build strong families, to build strong communities, to grow a stronger economy, and collectively, if we do this, to grow a stronger province of Saskatchewan. Ladies and gentlemen, the choice before us is very, very clear. And let's make the right choice for our children and for our children's children. And let's keep our communities in this great province that we love strong. God bless Saskatchewan. Thank you very much.
I just thank the Premier for all the comments he made, but I can tell you one thing. One of the things that the Premier mentioned is hope, but I think the other thing that is equally important to us is stability. And I think the stability we need in this province obviously is very important, especially the stability between two organizations like SUMA and SARM. I mentioned yesterday we'd like to keep things the way they are. Right now with SUMA and SARM, I think that'll make a big difference for our working relationships and all the things we do with the provincial government. So thank you for that. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to the Saskatchewan Cabinet Ministers, if they'd come forward and take their chairs, and then I'd ask the Premier to introduce them. Hey, I'm doing fine, thank you. Have you got a chair? Do you need this one? Your short chairs?
Premier just stands.
He's probably going to stand. I don't know why, I think there might be one extra chair. Don, there's a chair here, extra one. You can have that one. You can have that one. That means they're going to take all the questions. Take my seat here.
Okay. Is this Scott's?
Sure. I don't know where you're going to sit, Don.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll win. We're going to win.
Well, here was. Not chairs?
Do you want to sit next to you?
Holly.
Oh. Oh, no,
Put that there.
Okay, well, maybe while we're just getting settled here, I have an announcement to make about, this is to do with the Wood Environmental Hospitality Night. There's a men's black cat jacket. So please turn into SARM Convention Office or registration desk if you have found it. Please.
I'll start with our introductions, and I will start with our coming down the aisle is our Minister of Environment, babyface Dustin Duncan.
Morning.
No chairs, sorry. Here. We'll move on to the end. We have Jeremy Harrison, MLA for Meadow Lake, also our Minister of Trade and Export. Bronwyn Eyre, MLA for Saskatoon Stonebridge, also our Minister of Energy and Resources, as well as the Minister for Sask Water and Sask Energy. Warren Kading, our Minister of Rural and Remote Health, as well as the Minister for Seniors. Next to him is Jim Ryder, the Minister for the rest of Health. Dave Merritt, our Minister of Agriculture. Lori Carr, Minister of Highways. No, you moved. Your Minister of Government Relations.
That's our minister.
We have our our Attorney General and our Minister of Justice, who in this province are still the same person, Don Morgan. We have Chris Tell, Minister of Corrections and Policing. Going down, we have our Deputy Premier, our Minister of Education, Gordon Wyant. Next to him is the Minister of Finance, Donna Harpower. We have Ken Cheveldayoff, Minister of Central Services. We have Greg Ottenbright, Minister of Highways, Minister of Water Security Agency. Tina Beaudry-Miller, Minister of Advanced Education, as well as the Status of Women. Joe Hargrave, Minister of Crown Investment Corporation. We have Paul Merriman, our Minister of Social Services, and we have the greenest Rough Rider, Jean Makowski, Minister of Sports, Culture, and Tourism.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Premier. As a reminder, there are a few things for the delegates to keep in mind. Please keep your questions and answers short and concise. And there is a 90-second time limit for the posing of questions. And when you begin speaking, a timer will appear on the screens around the room. And when it turns amber, you are close to your 90-second time limit. And when it turns red, your time is up and the microphone will shut off. And so cabinet ministers have 3 minutes to provide their answers. And Mr. Premier, I'll ask you to enforce the time limit on your ministers
Sure.
as well.
We have the same time limit in Cabinet.
Same time limit in cabinet. Okay. So with that, we're going to start the bear pit. So I assume we already have some people at the microphones, and I'm going to go over to Mike. Can you turn just the numbers in 4? Okay. Go ahead.
I'd like to thank the Premier and the Cabinet for coming to share their time today.
Just identify yourself if you don't mind. Okay?
Dan Cugnett, Councillor for the Arma Weyburn. My question is for the, I guess, Premier, also the Minister of Finance, and probably Minister Eyre of Resources. We've seen a massive drop in oil pricing the last few days. I'm glad you referenced the uncertainty around that. How we're not as reliant on it, and of course the unknowns with the coronavirus and the markets moving forward. My question is, why is the provincial government and the provincial royalties still exposed to these massive price drops and geopolitical risks, and why is this production not hedged to allow for better budgeting for the province and more consistent revenue streams? And also to that, is the Premier and the province willing to commit to exploring that we should be hedged to mitigate that downside risk? because without it, I really feel like we are gambling with our resource revenues. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much. Hey, Dan. And I mean, obviously this week is a very difficult, challenging week to be talking about the sector, and that's been highlighted, of course, in recent days, and it was challenging before that. I guess I would just say that despite all of that, I think it's important to emphasize what the province has done around ensuring stability. The Premier referenced the pipeline committee. I think that we truly are leaving no stone unturned when it comes to exploring what we can do. We have to take destiny into our own hands in that regard. We didn't curtail production last year. Alberta did. And I think it was, looking back, a very wise decision when we're seeing some of the fallout from that decision in Alberta. And you'll know, Dan, that there were comments made following that decision, by companies saying, well, as soon as we heard Alberta was curtailing, we're moving all our production to Saskatchewan. And I think that we've had to do what we can, and we continue to do that. And in terms of the royalties, I mean, as I hope people are aware in this room, I mean, around enhanced oil recovery, around horizontal drilling, those incentives have created and sustained royalties in this province. They've attracted investment. And I think that, again, very important to recognize that the royalty structure is very stable, remains stable. And the other day we announced the cleanup of 2,031 wells in this province over the last year. That's despite an economic downturn where producers are actually paying for that decommissioning to make that inventory more sustainable and healthier. And again, I think that despite the challenges, we have to keep in mind what we've done to continue to create sustainability in the sector.
Yeah. If I could just follow up quickly.
Just quickly, Danny.
Yeah, is this on? I appreciate that and what the government has been doing, but that still doesn't kind of answer the fact that 4 hillbillies that are brothers in Weyburn can figure out a simple hedging strategy, and I think that the government needs to do the same thing, because if this stays the way it is, we're probably out $200 million, and that's something that I think that you should be looking at going forward. So that's my point I'm trying to make.
Appreciate the comments, Dan, and I would also say that 4 hillbillies also had the ability this past weekend to text the Premier and to talk about this, and I thank you for that. Fact of the matter is some of our Crown corporations, they hedge their purchases of gas, and we haven't been traditionally hedging our ability to offset our royalty risk, if you will, in this province, partially because we felt we've had a stable royalty regime in place, which the minister had referenced. But this is something that we're going to have a conversation about, and we're going to have a conversation about it because of advice that came from this room. So for that, Dan, I thank you. And you're not a hillbilly. I am. And I thank this room as well for the advice that we receive on multiple topics just like this to make our province a better and more resilient place.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Mike, number 3.
Tom McKnight, RM at Paddockwood. This morning, Trudeau announced $1 billion that's going to go to healthcare. When the reporters asked him how he's going to ensure that the program wasn't abused, he wasn't very clear, apparently. Who would have guessed? My question is, $500 million of that is going to the provinces, and I know you couldn't have discussed that money yet because you don't have it, but what are we doing with respect to COVID-19? Are you guys having discussions? Is anything going in place, or we're just waiting until, I don't know, waiting for what?
Jim?
Thanks for the question. First of all, your comments on the federal money. It was just announced this morning, so we have a lot of questions and not a lot of answers. My deputy minister told me this morning there's going to be a deputy minister's conference call this afternoon where I think we'll start to get some details on that. As far as preparedness for COVID-19, our healthcare officials have been working diligently on this. It's rapidly changing globally. So far, there's no confirmed cases in Saskatchewan. They're doing everything they can to be prepared if and when that does occur. We recognize from what we're seeing in other countries and other provinces, When people are infected, about 80% of them, it's mild symptoms, and self-isolating takes care of it. The rest, obviously, are going to need more extensive health care. Putting plans in place, again, this is changing rapidly. You're going to see more testing happening in the coming days and months, coming days and weeks. You'll see more announcements about more access to testing. You're also going to see probably later this week some announcements about sort of unveiling publicly all the planning that has been going on. But I have great faith in our medical professionals and Dr. Shahab, who's the Chief Medical Officer, that they're doing everything they can to prepare.
With respect to the federal announcement this morning, you're right, we don't have the details on it just yet. My understanding, I believe there's $250 million to research, $250 million to federal health delivery, and then $500 million will be disseminated to the provinces to deal with coronavirus or COVID-19. I'm heading out to Ottawa in the next 24 hours for a First Minister's meeting that was actually precipitated after the federal election and asked for by all 13 premiers, where the agenda items were, for all intents and purposes, set by the premiers around the economic competitiveness of our nation, set around the discussion around the fiscal stabilization program and ensuring that it is fair for all provinces and territories, as well as the advancement of infrastructure funding from the federal government, ensuring that it is addressing provincial priorities, and if it isn't, we're asking for an opt-out clause with full compensation to ensure that the provincial priorities and our community priorities can actually be met. This was the agenda. COVID-19, obviously, with the impact not only to the health services that we are providing as provinces, but also with the subsequent impact to our economy, is one of the first items that is now on that agenda as well.
Okay, thank you. Microphone number 2.
Sid Wanatoi, Armo Wallace, now 243. My question is around Rural Crime Watch. I know the provincial government is encouraging RMs to get involved in Rural Crime Watch, and it's happening. However, when we go to put our signs up along the provincial highways, we are told they're not a traffic guidance sign, so they have to go way over within a foot within the right-of-way over in the back slope. Yeah, they're visible, but not as visible as we'd like them to be. And I guess my question is, would your government commit to changing the policy to have those signs placed up on the edge of the road where the other ones are? Because as far as I'm concerned, they are traffic guidance signs. They're telling the criminals, keep on driving.
Thanks for that question. It actually came up in conversation over the last couple of days as well. My staff, along with the ministry staff leadership, have been talking about some of these concerns that have been brought to our attention. So we're looking at that, what the best option is to make those signs the most visible. But I would also say one direction that we've really gone strongly in was with the whole response to rural crime. Part of that is, of course, converting our officers to highway patrol, having the visibility of them out there and having the ability to help RCMP and other law enforcement agencies enforce. So I think that's another big visibility thing, but also boots on the ground that's going to help us to address some of these challenges as well. But thanks for your question, and we'll get back to you with as the direction moves forward.
Great. I just want to take the opportunity to thank everyone who's involved in the Rural Crime Watch, the police, and as Minister Ottenbright has spoken about, the highway traffic officers. We can't do it by ourselves. And with the province coming in and without the community behind, looking for and looking out for neighbors and making those incidents reported to the police, we can't do it. So we do appreciate everyone who's involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mike, number 1.
Arlen Kurtz, the Arm of Fertileville. Thank you, Premier Moe, for your address this morning and explaining the growth plan for Saskatchewan. I was encouraged to hear you mention irrigation, but you didn't expand any further on that. Saskatchewan has a lot of waterways where we could put dams on because irrigation needs water. And I think you could really almost drought-proof this province It would have a lot of benefits initially in building dams, and then it would have a lot of benefits for irrigation, for greenhouses, for recreation. And I would strongly encourage your government to look at this for the province of Saskatchewan, and maybe we can get to the point we have to import less vegetables, et cetera, for our province.
Absolutely right. I'll let Greg Ottenbright handle some of this. And you know, in this province, we have some areas where we have water where we don't want it, and in other areas we need water where we don't have it. And most certainly, I think there are opportunities for us, quite frankly, to take greater direction from the local areas, the local regions, on what will work. And we are, I think, in fairness, taking steps towards that. If we're going to expand our irrigation, we also need to go hand in hand with that, is to ensure that we are taking steps forward with respect to agricultural drainage. That would speak to the water that is in places where we need to move it so that we can maximize our agricultural production. But Greg, do you have some comments specific on some of the opportunities that we're working on here today, and some of where we're heading in the future with respect to working with not individual communities but regional communities, so that we can make you know, really drought-proof some areas of the province, but provide also the opportunity to have responsible ag water management and others.
Absolutely, Mr. Premier. I've been quite encouraged in my short time at Water Security Agency, first and foremost with the leadership there and the recent change in leadership in certain areas at the Water Security Agency, and the focus they have specifically on ag issues and water management throughout the province, but also having a common sense approach to where we're going. As was pointed out by the Premier, the issue with water quite often is not so much even the amount, it's where it is and how do we get it to where we need it and how do we manage that properly. There is some, as was I think spoken about, truthing or ground truthing some of what might be advantageous in the province that we are looking at in the near future. We've talked to a few areas about possible test projects that would show us the direction we might need to go in some of these areas when it comes to water management, effective water management, not only to be a conservation conscious, but primarily to make sure that we don't impede our agricultural producers and we can grow that economy in the province through what is the strongest part of our economy year over year is our agricultural sector. So we are working on some of those initiatives in the short term, as well as a long-term view on irrigation, as is pointed out in the growth plan, initial focus about 85,000 acres, seeing where that's the most effective place to start, where we can initially start that, and again, working with that ag water management strategy to look at the opportunities that we do have out there with managing the water in an effective way that's also respective of the needs of the agriculture producers.
Okay, thank you. Mike 4.
Roman Charco, the RM of Moose Range, 486. I want to thank the Premier and his cabinet for addressing our delegates today. It was mentioned yesterday by Minister Carr, and the Premier touched on it this morning. Minister Carr, you stated yesterday that SUMA will not be permitted to use the name Municipalities of Saskatchewan until they receive a mandate from their membership. Will you be mandating SUMA to stop using the name today as it is used in their current communication?
Well, thank you very much for the question. And yeah, as I said in my comments yesterday, the legislation that we have in place right now actually has the name SUMA in it. And so until they go through the process and get a mandate from their membership, legally, the name will remain as SUMA, Saskatchewan Urban Municipalities Association. So that is the direction and the conversation that I've had with Gordon Barnhart, and we'll see where it goes from there.
So, may I speak again? So you're going to stop them using that name today or when?
Well, I've given them the suggestion on what we would like to see and the mandate we would like to see from their membership. As the Premier addressed in his speech this morning, it has to go through legislation, and we as MLAs are going to have to vote on that. So before we actually vote on it, we want to see that their membership, that's a change that they actually want to see. So he's going to bring that forward, and I'll have to leave that to the judgment of Gordon Barnhart and his association as to how he's going to address his group moving forward. But we are going to address it as Saskatchewan Urban Municipalities Association.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I will go to mic number 3.
John Wagner, the RM of Piapot. Just a comment, it's for Minister of Environment Dustin Duncan and our MLA Doug Steele. We certainly appreciate the work you've been doing with us on our incinerator project in the Southwest. As you know, we brought an incinerator up from Albany, Georgia to do further testing at Fox Valley. We ran the initial ash tests on it. The machine works good, there's no smoke, no smell. But the test told us that we probably still wouldn't make the other more expensive $50,000 test. So the committee said, look around, see what you can find. The manufacturer will come up, but he can't make it for a while. So we did some investigations. We found Keytech Group out of Edmonton. These guys were in Saskatchewan back in the 1980s, working with the Saskatchewan Research Council, working with the Alberta government, and developing incinerators for waste. The politics on incinerators changed then, so Keytech moved on. They've been in 30 different countries building and setting up incinerators. So we've got them here. They're at the show here. They're willing to work with us. We've come to the ministry. They have incinerators already licensed in Canada. They're in the north. They're in the gold mines. The one you see downstairs is just a baby. The one we're going to bring into Fox Valley in July is on a 10 by 40 foot skid. It's a 3 cubic yard top loading.
John, if you have a question, you should ask it because you're going to run out of time.
Yeah, I'm out. So just letting you know what's
Okay.
up with that, okay?
Okay,
Thank you,
thanks.
Minister Duncan.
Okay.
And I'll just remind our ministers to keep our 3 minutes. I have been failing to watch that, but I will now, and I'll enforce it without exception.
Thanks for the question, or for the comment, John, and thanks for the work that your group has been doing on this. I know I've had a chance to meet with you a couple of times, and with the company that the vendor that you have found, the Canadian incinerator. So we're looking forward to what the tests show, and I can tell you that the ministry is going to be working hand in hand with you to see the test through and hopefully come to a resolution that will not only work for your group but potentially other municipalities around the province. So thanks for your comments, and we look forward to continuing to work with you.
Okay. Okay, I'll go to mic 2. Thank you.
Hi, it's Ian McNichol, RM279 Mount Hope. My question is to the Environment Ministry on deer population. Presently, the mule deer population in Zone 21 is increased so high that we've seen pretty much minimal whitetail in the area. And there was resolutions put forth through SARM before about this issue, and I was wondering if the Environment Ministry was going to open up Zone 21 for mule deer purchase tags instead of draw.
Thanks, Ian, for the question. Absolutely, the ministry is looking at options to address the particularly mule deer that we're seeing in the province. So I would say stay tuned. We likely will see, at least on the draw side, numbers increase right across the board. We're likely going to see at least a 15% increase in the number of tags for mule deer this year. And we're looking at ways that whether that be through the draw or some other options. So so I would just say absolutely we're gonna you'll see something on that front coming soon.
Your colleague Jeremy Harrison is nodding in approval.
I volunteered to help with
Yeah,
this.
Minister Harrison, I just have to say, is quite a strong advocate for all of you out there that feel strongly about this issue. And so whatever we decide, I think Minister Harrison will say yes, but do more. So we'll try to balance that off.
Okay, thank you. Mic number 1.
Russell Legui, RM96 Fillmore. Just a quick comment to our Rural Health Minister. Just a little bit of history. We just want to say thank you very much for our nurse practitioner project, pilot project that was started back well, a while ago now with our MLA Dan Dutremont and Minister Ottenbright at that time. And at Christmas time, you guys came out to Fillmore and told us that the project was not a pilot project anymore, it was permanent, that it's working that well. So we just want to say thank you for that. A lot of hard work was done by the committees and our MLA and you guys, so we very much appreciate that. We can't say enough good things about this project, and there needs to be more of them in the province. There's no question about that. And I guess a question, again, directed at health, because I'm involved so much with EMS. We're really running out of people in our rural communities to run EMS. We need PCPs, we need ACPs, we need EMRs. And the training is a little bit onerous now, which is good. We want to be trained, we want to be well trained, but we're not getting younger. So would you help facilitate recruitment and training of more frontline people on the ground? STARS is a great program, but we need us on the ground too. So would you consider helping us out with that? I think there was a resolution forward yesterday on that was passed almost unanimous. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you very much for the comments on that, and certainly our nurse practitioner group is a very important part of healthcare, and certainly they play a very important role in rural healthcare, as well as their role that they play in cities. So we're certainly looking at working and expanding that program. And the one thing with nurse practitioners is that you're able to grow your own. You're able to have nurse practitioners come from your communities, they live in your communities, they have roots in your communities, and are certainly a very stable part of rural health. So certainly working on expanding that program as well. When it comes to paramedics, absolutely. I consider that to be another very important part of rural healthcare. Again, we have paramedics that live and work and play in each of our communities, but you're right, there is certainly an aging demographic that comes through the paramedic world. What we've seen is some of the regional colleges. I know Southeast College, I know our regional college in Yorkton is also offering primary care paramedic training. So we're getting that training closer to home, which allows anyone who's going through that program to continue to live in their community, work in their community, as well as then take further training. So looking at, I know Sask Poly, we've been talking to Sask Poly as well, how we can expand that paramedic training program to keep our folks closer to home as long as we can. So certainly value the role that paramedics play in providing health care, certainly in rural Saskatchewan, and we're going to continue to expand that program as well. Just if I can just also talk about community paramedicine. We've had some significant success with our paramedics also involved in community medicine. I know we talked to a group from Frontier yesterday, and where they were playing a very important role in providing, some basic health care in the community that maybe not everyone would have had access to before. So I do see the role of our paramedics increasing as well in providing health care in rural Saskatchewan.
Okay, thanks for the question. I'm going to go back to Mike 1. There's a little bit of a lineup there, so go ahead, sir.
Mark McLeod from Cairn, Saskatchewan, just west of Moose Jaw, RM162. Just want to talk to the education minister about the current situation with the teachers and negotiating class composition size. You've talked a lot in the public negotiations about compensation and class composition. As a parent who has kids in school, I've got one in school right now and a second one starting this fall, as well as a fairly recent past student of our education system, and as well as having many friends and close relatives working in the system. Compensation and focusing on compensation and talking about the offers that you're making that have all these big increases in pay raises. You can't possibly pay them enough in the current system. It is that dysfunctional and that broken. And that brings me to class composition size. Part of the Prairie South School Division, it has about 7,000 students, goes halfway to Swift Current, halfway to Moose Jaw, and all the way down to the border to the U.S. Half of those students are in Moose Jaw. So a very diverse, very varied system to work within. Class size is a big thing you often focus on. There are 50 classes that have 28 or more kids, but there's over 150 that have less than 10. $5 million is 0.2% of the $1.9 billion budget, and
Well, thanks very much for the question. You know, the government has never said that class composition isn't an issue. As a matter of fact, we've been talking about this for a very long time to try to determine what a path forward is to deal with class composition. You'll know that the arbitrator a couple of years ago refused to put class composition in the collective agreement, and the STF has been insisting that that be part of a collective agreement. And so the government's position is that it doesn't form part of the collective agreement. We've made what we consider to be a fair offer to teachers in terms of compensation, and we've offered a path forward with respect to beginning to deal with the issue of class, class makeup and class complexity. We've offered to sit down with the STF to have those conversations. We've had a couple of conversations. They haven't resulted in any kind of an agreement on that, but we agree that it needs to be dealt with, and the position of the government of Saskatchewan is that we will find a path forward. But we don't believe that it's an issue that needs to be in the collective agreement. We want to get a deal with teachers so that we can secure proper education for the kids in our classroom and move forward with an issue to deal with class composition. We want to deal with the STF, we want to deal with the union in getting to that end, and we felt that the offer that was made to them last week on the issue was a fair and reasonable start on that, while the work that's being done by the committee that I formed last fall continues to do their work. And we've invited the STF to participate in that, which they've refused. So we're going to continue to, it's going to continue to be the position of the government of Saskatchewan that it has no place in the collective agreement. We want to get an agreement with teachers on the compensation piece and work with our partners in education on dealing with the class complexity issue, which we've always acknowledged is an issue that needs to be dealt with.
Okay, thank you. Mike Foran.
If I could, I just want to make a comment on that as well, because it's top of mind for me, top of mind for many in our community as well. And I want to just give the Deputy Premier, the Minister of Education, a real vote of my support for how he has managed this file and this conversation with the Saskatchewan Teachers Federation and with, quite frankly, STAs and teachers across this province. There are three issues that come to light within this conversation. The first is the offer that is on the table. The offer that is on the table has been, there is a new mandate. We've asked the STF President, Pat Mays, to come back to that table to find out precisely what that offer is. He has not come back to that table, so we're going to be releasing the details of that offer here this morning, but it's 6% over 4 years, a 6% increase, and when you look at that offer, that brings our educators, our valuable educators in this province up to well above the Western Canadian average. As we said, that is not the only conversation that needs to happen, and it is not the only conversation that is happening. The conciliation process had asked the Minister of Education to engage with the School Boards Association as well as the President of the STF on how do we work through the classroom composition conversation. And then there's also a third conversation around classroom size. Well, with respect to the composition conversation, the conciliation process also said, as did the arbitrator, as has the SSBA, that the composition conversation does not belong in the collective agreement. We won't be putting it in the collective agreement. However, we need to work with all of these partners and many more, including parents, including SSBAs, including parents of those children that are being affected in our classrooms, on how do we invest with outcomes-based solutions in our classrooms to ensure that we are addressing the challenges, the composition challenges that we know are there. The $5 million that the minister brought to the table is a start to begin addressing some of those challenges in our classroom. It isn't the end of the road, and we would ask again that Mr. Mays come back to the bargaining table so that we don't have these impacts to our children and in our communities. We most certainly want to come to an agreement, and we feel we have a fair offer on the table at the bargaining table. We feel we have a fair opportunity in a classroom composition committee that the minister has put together to have that broader conversation with, yes, the STF, yes, with teachers, yes, with school boards, but many others as well, including our parents and our school boards, our school community councils as well. So most certainly we want to move forward with this. But we need the STF to come back to that bargaining table and to have a serious look at what we think is a fair offer on behalf of our educators, and we think it's a fair offer on behalf of the students that we value.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Premier. Mike 4.
Paul Hagelund, arm of
Yeah.
Reno.
Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
I'm talking. Oh, there.
Yeah, go ahead.
It wasn't turned on, I guess. Paul Hagelund, arm of Reno, counselor. It's another health-related question. Probably remember me asking before. We have nothing against STARS except that they're too distant to provide prompt service to the deep southwest. HALO can reach our area 1.5 hours quicker than STARS. We need the minister to help, ministry's help in allowing HALO to come into Saskatchewan where expedient. Have you made any progress in facilitating this process yet?
Warren. STARS, we've made a significant investment, as well as you have made a significant investment in STARS in this province. And just the most current investment is with a new long-range helicopter, and that entire fleet is going to be replaced over time here, actually in fairly short order. So STARS to us provides an incredible support service, access that we've got to health professionals, not just those professionals that are flying the craft and that are supporting the craft, but the ground-based professionals that we have access to doctors, to specialists, that the support people that are in that craft have contact with. So we have the utmost confidence in our STARS personnel and the STARS support team. HALO, we certainly just don't have that same level of confidence with. And I think with the new long-range helicopters that STARS is going to be utilizing, is going to just be able to provide that greater service, especially to those farther corners of those farther reaches of the province.
Good 3 minutes.
Okay. Mike, number 2.
RM of the Gap 39. This is for Environment Minister Dustin Duncan, and I've already talked to him about this. This is concerning range roads and township roads in Saskatchewan. We have these nice maps on your GPS in your vehicle or on your phone or wherever, but there is no numbers on it. You go to Alberta, Manitoba, North Dakota, Montana, all the roads come up on the GPS numbered, and this has been that way for 10 years or more. And I talked to Duncan about this once before, and I found out that it was in his portfolio by Googling and doing some research, and that isn't very easy to do in my area neither, considering the kind of cell phone service we have. And I was wondering if he has any answers for me on this question.
Thanks for the question, Roland. So there's basically 3 things that need to happen in order for a rural road to show up on a GPS or navigation device. And 2 of those 3 things are really, I think, in our control. The first and foremost, the RM, as the RM has the ability under the Municipalities Act to designate a name for the road. The second part of that is that needs to then be sent to either Government Relations, the Ministry of Highways, or ISC. So that's the part that we all have control over. The third part really is, I think, out of our control, but I think certainly on behalf of government, we'll want to work with SARM to push this forward, is each of the GPS or navigation providers will have a data update schedule that will be unique to their own company. So it's basically when our rural roads in Saskatchewan that are put through either by ISC, Government Relations, or Highways to the data companies or to the GPS companies. When do your roads fit into their data update schedule? So that's the part that we don't really have control, other than I think we'll want to be in contact with all the different GPS companies to ensure that information first and foremost has been sent by the province to the navigation companies, and then frankly, just lobby the navigation companies to ensure that Saskatchewan rural roads are a high priority for their update schedule.
I find it really strange that somebody went through all the effort to mark all these roads on a GPS. Even our oil well lease roads in our area are on there, and it would be very beneficial to ambulance, police, tourism, whatever, when you're traveling around the countryside. We even had an incident 2 winters ago. We had a B train coming to get a load of grain, and he turned off one line too short of our place and ended up in the neighbor's yard, which was gone south for the winter, and we had to go dig him out of a snowbank because there's no numbers on the map. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I'd have a question for the Minister of Environment. Would this be that complicated to start working on?
Lots of control.
I'll just go back to the kids' table. Back here.
Okay. We're good to go. Mic number 1.
I'm Kristen Gillis with Division 3 Counselor with the RM of Argyle number 1. It's just a little bit more touching on healthcare, and so the Minister of Health, my question for you is, a lot of it has to do with EMS in our area and decentralizing the healthcare system in Saskatchewan. We're 3 hours from Regina. Our ambulance away from us, it's about half an hour to 50 minutes depending on potholes and that sort of thing. So the ambulances are too far away. So if somebody was to get hurt in our area, chances of them finding us isn't very good or getting to us very quickly. I had the privilege of meeting with some Saskatchewan Health Authority people, and I asked them straight up if I were to fall down the stairs and break my leg, or my kid was to fall down the stairs and break my leg, would I call the ambulance and hope they come in the next 45 minutes plus 45 minutes back to the hospital? Or do I get in my car and drive and hope that the hospital's not on bypass? So my question is to the ministry is, what are you going to do for us? The cities have their ambulances right there. I shouldn't have to watch my babies or my loved ones die waiting on an ambulance to come. You need to do better.
Well, thank you very much for that, and certainly one of the areas that we do have a dependency on as well as our emergency medical responders, which is our volunteers. And I know SHA is also helping train our medical volunteer responders as not relying on them for medical assistance, but being first on scene to be able to triage or certainly prioritize an event. One of the things we're doing with our EMS service right now, with our ambulance services, is going towards a performance-based contract. We're just trying to get some of those details out and determining in certain areas that are maybe underserved, maybe low populations, how do we best provide that service in those areas. So I guess continue to ask patience in that as we're just getting into the full details of what those requirements are, what the services require in that area. I know in your area in particular, we are spending a lot of time working with the different supporter supplier services there to make sure that we've got the services that you require.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take the rest of the questions at the microphone, and then that will be it for this session. So I'll go to mic number 2.
Eric Schmaltz, Reeve of the Arm of Prince Albert. I bring greetings and gratitude on behalf of the residents and ratepayers in the Arm of Prince Albert for this government's announcement of a new and expanded hospital in Prince Albert that'll serve everyone in the area. We really appreciate that. Thank you very much. The other thing we appreciate is the government's commitment to expanding policing services in the province with the patrol units, the highway patrol and the combined traffic units. I have 2 questions, essentially. The first one is we're having an issue that these patrol units are not leaving pavement. They're staying on the highways. They're enforcing traffic laws on the highways. It would do a tremendous amount of good if those units, through a minister's policy or a minister's direction, to go off-road, or not off-road, sorry, go off pavement, onto gravel, wave the flag out in the country. Crime is a huge problem in our area, and I think it would do a lot of good. They don't have to necessarily be out there all the time, but just be there waving the flag. Second one is staffing with the RCMP. The RCMP don't typically use the size of the geographical area when determining staffing levels. They typically base it off population. Is there anything the ministry can do to ensure that the geographical size of an area is taken into account when they're doing their staffing assessments?
I turn that over to Chris Tell, our Minister of Corrections and Policing. But before I do that, I would congratulate you, Eric, on being the champion of the Dancing with the Stars event in Prince Albert this past Saturday.
Wow. That's right.
Where they raised over $100,000 for Hope's Home, I understand, which is a testament to the strength of our communities.
Thank you very much. But it's nice of you to mention. I won't tell everybody about the dance we shared in the entrance to the convention today.
Appreciate that.
Good morning. Thank you for that comment with respect to the highway traffic officers seemingly spending more time on our main provincial highways instead of getting into the communities, onto the gravel roads. And I heard that yesterday, and I understand it, and we will be providing the direction to where the focus needs to be. And I don't want to undervalue what's happening on our main highways either. Traffic stops often on our main highways, unbelievable. I mean, between human trafficking, drugs, any other type of crime is often found just traveling on our highways. So, but I understand that the visibility issue of them being present off the main trails are definitely needed. So yes, I understand that. And I will be taking action with respect to that. The other thing with RCMP staffing, I believe that the commissioner, the assistant commissioner from the RCMP is going to be speaking with you, and that question is best left for him to answer.
Okay.
If I could, Premier, just add a little bit to that.
Yep.
With the highway enforcement officers, with the highway patrol, their priority is enforcing, of course, the road traffic rules on our provincial highways. They do support the other public services in the rural areas on that Rural Crime Watch initiative. When it comes to the actual enforcement of different rules, highway rules or traffic rules on the gravel roads and the RM and municipal responsibility roads, that is the responsibility of the municipalities. However, we have offered through highways to whether community safety officers, whatever course that the different municipalities want to utilize, that training option or opportunity through the same courses our other highway officers do get as well. And when it comes to the enforcement of the highway patrol, we have been working very hard in increasing the numbers over time. We've had a bit of a lull. We have just been graduating some new classes recently, and we're looking forward to increasing those numbers more and more over the next number of months and years to increase that workforce as well.
Okay, thank you. We've got two more questions. Mike 1, go ahead.
John Rickman, RM Argyle. My question is for the Sask Gas Minister. Last fall, I priced out putting natural gas into my farm. We were running propane. It's a two-part question. The first one is the pipe that you put in the ground gold plated? And the second part is, why does it cost over $1,800 a foot to get gas put in my farm?
Well, funnily enough, you're not the first one who's mentioned this issue, and certainly we're aware of the challenges that are out there on the grain drying issue. I mean, from Sask Energy's perspective, I mean, they will say, and I'm sure they've said to you, that they take every effort to accommodate the requests to connect grain drying to the pipeline system. There always has to be an available capacity there, and again, I don't need to tell you that the grain drying that we now have is not, your grandfather's grain drying system. I mean, things have changed a lot just in terms of the volume, the capacity, and the cost, most of all. And I know I've heard, well, Alberta's doing this on a broader scale, and in fact, they're not getting into that business and haven't been in it for a while. I hear you, though. I know, especially with the carbon tax thing on top, this is an issue that we just have to keep looking at, and I know the costs right now are very high, and so I'm certainly happy to talk about it afterwards. We're well aware of the challenges, but for Sask Energy, I guess it's come down to a capacity and cost issue. Continues to be that way.
Okay.
This wasn't for a grain dryer, it was for my house. And the pipe to put in the ground is $3 or $4 a foot. I could dig the hole myself. All it is a 3-foot trench. There's no reason it should be, the cost that they quoted me is ridiculous.
Right.
Thank
and
you.
I'll just say, that the grain drying issue relates to it only because of similar issues around cost, right?
Bronwyn, I think
hear
your
you.
chief of staff is here. If we could just grab your name and look into that specific issue as well. If we could. He's right behind you. Jeremy.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Last one, Mike 1.
RM of Glenside 377, Kim Custer. My question is for the health minister. Unfortunately, a month ago I had to travel to Saskatoon to see a loved one in the hospital. I asked, they were closer to be transported to the Royal University Hospital, but they weren't. They were taken to another hospital, and I asked why. And they said that this particular individual would have to, they have to be transferred to a different hospital. When I got to the hospital, I was disgusted with the filth and the overcrowding and felt very unsafe getting out of my vehicle to go into the hospital. Why are the facilities in this rough of shape?
Thanks for the question. We obviously do have some problems with overcrowding and some issues in mostly the major tertiary centers in the province. So I would like to follow up with you, though. I have a staff person there, Carter, the fellow at the back, if we can get the contact information for you. I will say this, though. Our population's growing, our population's aging, there's more demands on the health system. We've been responding with a lot more financial resources into the health system. Since we were given the privilege of forming government, our spending on healthcare is up about 60%, whereas inflation's up about, I think, 21, 22%. So obviously in some areas we need to do better, and I would like to follow up with you.
Thank you. I see no reason for the filth.
Okay, thank you. I have one quick announcement to make before we take a break, but I just want to mention this. I'm a little reluctant to mention this in front of the Minister of Justice, but this is what posed to me. Anybody that wants to scalp their lunch ticket can... So I said, maybe we should say, let's trade lunch tickets. If there are people that have lunch tickets and don't need them, you can go down to meeting room number 6 in a while, and if there's someone there that doesn't have a lunch ticket, you can trade with them. So how does that sound? Okay?
Barter is the term. Barter.
Okay. Barter. It might be... There's a license fee, but the minister said he'll waive the fee, so... Well, you know what? It's budget time. So I would like to thank very much the Premier for being here and all the cabinet ministers. I really appreciate that and your candor and your great answers.
I would just take the opportunity to thank each and every one of you for what you do in your community, and thank you for this engagement through the Bear Pit. It is extremely beneficial for each of us, and there are conversations that we will have later today and over the course of the next few weeks from questions that were asked here with respect to healthcare, with respect to rural property crime, and with respect to a number of issues that were raised here. So thank you very much for your participation here today. Thank you for what you do, and have a great conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're okay with where you're okay with where we are on the name change then?
Yeah. Okay, so everyone, just to be reminded, we have a trade show break, and we want you back here at 11:15 for the broadband panel. And we have one more infomercial we'll show you about our sponsors. Thanks. You didn't get one? No, did you got them all, yes. You got them all in.
Tonight's Rig Fair reception is brought to you by CIBC Wood Gundy, Expert Advice, Exceptional Service. CIBC Wood Gundy will work with you to find the investment solutions and meet with your unique needs. Visit woodgundy.cibc.com to find an advisor.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I think the previous man put it right in the stack, didn't he?
1, check 2, check 1, 2, check 1, 2, check 1, check 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, check 2, check 1, 2. Check, check, check 1, check 2. Check 1, check 2. Check 1, check 2, check 1, 2. Check, check, check. Check one, check two, check one, two, check one, two.
How else you do it?
Check one, check two.
There's a lot of companies that will.
Check one, two.
Really
notes. And then
one of mine in the
we
villages
had
rural,
the
you
other
can get
20-ish
more
intro
small
every day.
communities covered than even Alberta.
And,
I know.
and then
It's not worth
The,
it.
I was
the,
paying
coffee
$50
over.
a month
So,
for
the
our fiber
price
back
of
home.
75
What would we have in terms
25,
of kilometers
the four of them
and I complain about that.
I'm in
and
Spruce. I think
open
I'm paying
the floor.
100, but because my son moved out 2 years ago and he's a gamer,
Hundreds of
so
thousands
I
of
have some.
kilometers?
I think I have
Right.
300.
And the SuperNet is
Through Shaw, right?
yeah.
But I'm like, yeah, it's fine.
That's
I'm
the nice
like,
thing
at
about
this
the
point,
cities. You can pay for whatever you want.
yes. And I just do
We'd
it
have
because
far
I
more
didn't want to
backbone
fiddle
than
with
the
it.
SuperNet would.
So I'm like, I like it, and that's that.
I've got 9 of my communities that got Axia and TELUS when they were doing community fiber builds. Symmetrical gigabit for $60 a month.
I haven't talked to Bell in
Unreal.
ages. I have talked to them. I really like the guys from Bell. So I kind of took a 4-month mental health break after hearing that broadband wasn't
Fiber?
important.
Oh, crap.
So glad it was you and not me because it's always me. So I did take I thought I was good when I left, but I took
Yeah,
a 4-month
large
mental
town.
health break. Got my youngest moved out, calmed down. And now I'm like, okay, now I'm back. So I have some contracts going, which is good, but now I need to go back and
These
find
guys are gonna talk
everybody
about
and say,
SuperNet
hi,
and
here
how
I
many
am.
kilometers and the last mile.
Yeah.
We
Okay, with
actually
microphones,
have
we seriously
more
won't be able to talk while this is going
backbone.
on. We'll get busted.
Well, I think it will.
Ooh, clicker.
Yeah.
Where's
Just
the arrow
something that's
button? The green?
comparable to SuperNet would
If
be
that's okay.
at
And we will be able to see
least
on
comparable
those
to,
back
if not
screen, or right
greater
down
than.
there. Perfect.
And
Oh,
we
good.
complete the last
Well, you
mile.
guys are
People have to
fancy.
come to the podium if you don't
This
want.
is
You
no
can stroll
Westlock.
around.
You can stand here if you want. You can sit here if you want, or you can go to the podium. Your pick.
I'll probably
They
just
look
sit.
for private
As long as
money
you
to
manage your own
complete the
slides.
last
I can do
mile.
it.
He will cue in this order, so your slides will come up. And then you can just run
Oh,
with
I think
this.
it's
Perfect.
timed.
Okay. I just wanted to run Doug through this too.
Tall, bald guy.
Yep.
Because he only has the 1 ear. It's a little wiggly. Like, it'll be fine. Just don't do any like jumping jacks or anything. You have to. It'll be good. The tall, bald guy.
Yeah, we're good for sound check. Gentleman on the far, my left, your right. I'll start with you.
Everybody listen to it.
Yeah.
Hello?
I think I got you. I don't know which one's which.
They should give you
Okay.
a headset to
Uh,
listen.
We had an interesting bear pit. Whoops, I guess I'm live, weren't I?
I think that's the
What's that?
president.
Hello,
You can hear me all right.
Testing, 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 testing.
Yep.
Doug?
And me.
Testers?
Hello? We're pretty close. Yep.
Peter testers?
Testing, testing. Oh,
You?
sorry,
Test.
I guess put my stuff
Robin?
over here. Yep, I'm good. Hello? Oh, how's that?
Stand over there.
Do I have to stand over here?
Yeah, that's true.
Good. Okay.
We'll be quiet.
Maybe we should give it 5 minutes. I don't know. These people coming in, you know, I know they get.
Is this the time for broadband songs?
Yes.
What's the plan? So those mics are not on?
Is it on? There we go. We're going to start in about 5 minutes. If you want to come get your seats.
Stand off to the side. Actually, what I'll probably do is just more. Are you gonna sit?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just
wearing mics, okay.
You're all mic'd up.
Okay.
No.
Shouldn't mutter under our breath, was it?
No muttering under your breath. Anything you do will be really funny. So like at least one person. Why did you do this crazy thing? Okay. I'll say that. Go speak to the president. Okay. Are those lights too bright on your eyes?
It's okay, Bart.
Where's everyone?
I don't know, they're at the trade show, whatever, went for dinner.
Hardly anybody in here.
Yeah.
They will. You'll use that one person.
That was a good haircut.
I know, right?
Yes, that always goes over well.
To the northern, the northern isolation.
I'm gonna go see. Well, getting people in here.
You go hurt them.
I'm going to.
You can do that.
We need more people in here.
Trade shows and all in there. That's okay. The ones that are here are the ones that are interested in. It's not a whole lot. Only 900.
Oh, there's probably 400 in here. It's
Oh,
such
I would think so.
big area.
Yeah.
2,000 full.
Is that right? Yeah.
Probably 300 anyway.
Do you want me to take the clicker now, or do you want to just hand it to me? Because it's just me for the clicker, not you, right?
Here. I'm not using the clicker.
Just me, and then I'll pass it.
Sure. Excuse me, I'll just take this out from under.
I miss comfy chairs for parents.
Sometimes they've got
You know, I like the big sit down. Usually like sit back box.
So you from Tompkins?
I am.
Yeah, I bought a house there about 6 months ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Who's
Cheryl Forsyth's house.
Oh, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Cheryl's good. Like my mom and Cheryl went to school together.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice little community.
Yeah. I think my dad is still mayor there, John Woodward.
Okay, I met him. He showed me a house once. Old Man Steele's house. It was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Everything was still in it, just moved, we went to the home.
I don't doubt it. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He just moved, went to the home and left everything behind.
Okay. Oh, pardon? Are we?
Oh, good.
Well, we're not saying nothing bad.
Just those two, or everybody? Just those two?
Yeah, it's a neat little community.
Family farm, south and north.
Okay.
And so my uncle Glenn, I don't know if that name means much. He used to cook the weather.
Oh, okay, on this channel.
No,
Oh, the big swing guy? Oh, really? We looked at that house too. Oh, did you? I really wanted that house, but some
on. Are we ready to go? Welcome back, everyone. Let's get started with our broadcast panel. We are pleased that Peter Casarella, Executive Director, South Grow Regional Initiative, Barb Scully, former Connected Communities Program Manager. Could we have quiet, please? At Parkland County, Doug Burnett, President and CEO of SaskTel, and our SARM President, Ray Orb, will be on the panel. The panel will be moderated by Robin Woodward. Robin is a principal of RW Consulting, a Regina-based consulting firm. Robin is no stranger to rural Saskatchewan. He grew up on the family farm at Tompkins, Saskatchewan, and in Regina he graduated with a Bachelor of Science from the University of Regina and a Master's in Geography from the University of Miami. His professional work includes a diverse range of clients in community development, strategic planning, and green energy. Please welcome Peter, Barb, Doug, Robin, and Ray.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rob Woodward. I'm the moderator for this panel session. This morning, we're going to explore the opportunities and challenges that our digitally connected world is bringing to rural Saskatchewan. Broadband, cellular, and satellite services continue to change the way rural communities, farms, and municipalities work together, live, and prosper. Broadband connectivity creates opportunity. The creation, use, and sharing of data created in rural areas of Saskatchewan increases local value and prosperity. High-speed broadband connectivity can deliver high-speed services, like healthcare. Today, we're going to talk about how broadband can expand rural opportunities and talk about the challenges to get there. Some of the questions around the topic are, what are the opportunities and how do we make them real? Can we better deliver services like healthcare in rural areas with expanded broadband? Farmers have a growing need for intensive data systems to continue to feed the world. How does that data get delivered, and how do farmers profit from the data that they are creating and needing? How can RMs be involved? What is being done now to expand broadband, and what is the strategy behind the delivery process for that service? The four panelists have been invited today to deliver their perspectives. Everybody's got about 5 minutes to speak. There'll be a question and answer session after with some questions, and if there's time, we'll open the floor to questions from the audience. To start, we have two panelists from Alberta here to provide a view from our neighbors to the west. I would ask that Barb Scully start the discussion. We will conclude the panel discussion with our SARM president. Thanks very much. Barb?
Good morning. I'm just waiting for the slideshow. So my role here is a little bit different. I've worked for the last 10 years on community economic development that surrounds broadband. I've done the infrastructure piece, but my heart really lies in what can rural communities do when we actually give them proper access, speeds, and capacity. So there's lots of definitions for what is a smart community, and I think every rural community at some level is smart, as we like to quote it, but there's different layers to it. So we know that broadband builds social economic capacity. So if we have proper broadband, we can drive our social programming, we can drive business, agriculture, and all those pieces. So for today, for my 5 minutes, I'm going to tell you the story of a few people that I know in my area that could easily be your neighbors. So this is Jillian. She's actually the producer on this farm. Her husband works off farm. She owns Blue Ridge Farm. She's about an hour from a major urban center. She does a niche marketing system. She does direct sales. She's amazing. She runs 3 kids while she's talking to me on the phone and working with her cattle. She wants to expand into ag tourism, but she's got some real issues because she doesn't have good broadband in her area. She also doesn't have all the digital knowledge. So she's been getting a lot of courses, trying to take them, going to libraries and into the city. And the other piece she has is, how does she use her data? Instead of giving it away all the time, can she actually use her data to build capacity in her business? So she's got a lot of opportunity, and she's young, and she's a go-getter, and we're really lucky. We have other farmers that are they're stuck. They don't know where to turn to even start the process. This is our local librarians. So we, in my area, have 4 rural libraries. And I was really lucky. I walked up to these women and said, we have 2 gaps. We have our seniors and we have our youth. So with these nice ladies, we built a whole STEAM learning center for our kids that's mobile because we don't have large libraries. We can't set up an area. And we're working with our kids and the 4-H groups to teach them how to actually use the technology that's available so that when they do grow up and potentially leave home, that hopefully they come back. These ladies also are the ones that are helping people with the recession do their job applications online because they can't necessarily do it at home. They're helping the seniors learn how to do online banking and basic skills, and they fill a huge gap through our community. This is my friend Diane. Her and her husband have 2 home-based businesses. They moved from an urban center with the dream of living rural. They have 10, 15 acres. They have bees. They do a lot of really interesting things, massive community members, invested in our halls, and they're actually bringing a ton of business. But they have 2 businesses, and Diane's especially is global. She sells pieces that she creates all over the world. And at 4 o'clock every day, she shuts down her business as well as Christmas break, spring break, and half a summer vacation. Because the minute those kids get off the school bus in her area, she no longer can use her internet at home. It goes so slow, she can't even upload order forms. So she's got a lot of different challenges there, but she knows as the broadband increases, she can actually build her business. The final one is my mom. She lives 3 hours from me. She's more remote rural, and we want her to age in place. So she grew up on a farm. We lived on a farm until she retired, and now she lives in outside a small rural community. And we started looking at ways, as much as my mom is super vibrant, she is aging. She turned 70. She looks really good, though. She's turning 70 right away. So we're looking at the different opportunities so that she doesn't have to move to an urban center and be near me. And she can stay in her community where she's very active. She's the manager of her farmer's market. She's on the floor curling team. But the reality is, in the next 5 to 7 years, if we can't get her internet better, she's going to have to come closer. I'm her only kid. There's no way to help her out being that far out there. And now with aging in place, it's vital to have those pieces. So for me, the biggest thing is having the broadband come into place, whether it's helping the seniors or the kids or building the businesses. We actually can't function much longer in rural if we don't all work together and make it work.
Thank you, Barb. Peter, I would ask you to, I think you've got a presentation next, and talk about why broadband makes fundamental sense for economics and investment.
Thank you very much. I'm going to wait until this thing comes online. Excellent. Thank you for having me today. I'm going to stand. I just like to get up and wander around a little bit. My name is Peter Casarella. I'm the executive director of an organization called SouthGrow, which is one of the regional economic development alliances in Alberta. I represent 26 towns, villages, rural MDs in the city of Lethbridge down in that southern part of the province. And we've been working on broadband for a long time. Our board realized many years ago that this was going to be one of the essential infrastructure pieces of the future. And if we didn't get it for our communities were going to be left behind. So, So there's SouthGrow. I said that bit. We focus on agri-food, renewable energy, broadband, labor, training, marketing, innovation, and investment attraction for our region and more. So we've done a lot of projects in broadband, educating on our people for the need to go after this infrastructure and to get it done, and trying to give them the basic literacy that they need in order to vote with confidence in favor of projects. But as you know and I know, councils change, and this is a very, very technical piece. And it's really hard to give a council that is dealing with issues all over the board, and this is a really, really technical issue, the kind of confidence they need in order to invest taxpayer money into funding projects in their communities. And the digital divide is a very real thing still. Private companies just don't have the incentive, and there's not the business case for them to go ahead and invest in small communities where there's not enough people to justify the return on their investment. So what we wanted to do was we wanted to find out, okay, listen, if private companies won't invest, and we need to convince our public stakeholders to invest in this infrastructure because we know it's good for them, how can we tell the story of what the cost-benefit return is so that they actually will be able to take the leap and look their neighbor whose taxpayer dollars they're facing, that they're spending in the face and say, no, I made a good choice, and defend them for it. So our theory was that investments in broadband really are essential, they're worthwhile, and that elected officials can really justify the expense. And we wanted to quantify that economic impact. So we put together a team. We hired some world-class economists from the local University of Lethbridge who've done projects before in the past. There's me there. I'm the fall guy and the guy who gets to go out and talk about this, and if anything goes wrong. And of course, one of our professional consultants who gave us some really, really good advice. If you've never worked with Craig Dobson before, he's done a lot of great work in southern Alberta, and he's a good person to go to for the technical details, particularly when it comes to costing everything so that our research was on point. We wanted to calculate the real-world costs to deploy broadband infrastructure. Now, as you know, broadband is complex. Systems for broadband infrastructure are all over the board, involve lots of components. So we didn't want anybody to say we sugar-coated it. So what we did is we asked ourselves, what is the most expensive possible hypothetical case for Alberta that we could look at and cost, both the input costs and the benefits and returns to society? And we thought, hey, what if we rebuilt every mile of fiber in the entire province to every single community and then extended that fiber out to every single residence? What would be the cost of that, and what would be the return to society over a 20-year period? Nobody can accuse us of sugarcoating the numbers because that's ridiculous. That's a really high-cost scenario. And so the implication would be that every real-world deployment is going to be a lot better. Now, for that case study, the return on investment was 2.97 to 1. For the most conservative, ridiculously expensive hypothetical scenario. And furthermore, we only considered benefits returning to society that exists today, things that we actually know the numbers for or can make reasonable estimates on. Now, when they built the railways way back in the day and government invested in railways, there was a clear cost-benefit return to your investment on deploying rail, and it was expensive. But they only knew about the returns to society that existed then. They couldn't foresee things like shipping oil by rail and all of the economic advantages that would come down the road. It's the same thing with broadband. So once again, the return on your investment is a lot higher because of future uses of this infrastructure that are going to come along. So that's a good story. We did another scenario in which we've got a thing called the SuperNet in Alberta, so we assumed let's build that out to the rest of the communities, and what's the return there? Showing our trend that it's even better the closer you get to real-world things. So there's the conclusions there. Our cost-benefit ratios should be considered low in projections, and broadband equals good, very, very good. So we've gone back to our communities and basically said, we can almost do this. There's private-public partnerships we can develop and leverage taxpayer money, and these projects can get done within the next few years, or we can at least start. We want to get our region fully connected by 2025, and you can do it too.
Peter, thank you. Just as a follow-up question, there's a few structural differences between Alberta and Saskatchewan. You've given some remarkable metrics on what the payback is and the value for the investment may be. Is there anything that you see between Saskatchewan and Alberta that might change those metrics, either for the plus or the minus for this province?
I think the biggest difference between the two provinces in terms of the plus or the minus is, well, it's not the infrastructure, because even though we have this amazing SuperNet that everybody from outside of Alberta thinks is great, it's not that great. It's been mostly privatized since it was created, and it's hard to access, and it really raises the cost to entry. You have a similar fiber network connecting most of your communities here in Saskatchewan too. So the cost-benefit return is going to be similar. The big difference is the population density. You got a lot fewer ratepayers here. And that makes the cost for each individual person for deploying infrastructure that costs the same whether in Alberta or Saskatchewan a little bit different. So it's going to be a bit more expensive for each of you here. One other thing that might be different is we've got some really, really good rural partnerships in Alberta. South Crow is an example of that. But that's not out of reach for Saskatchewan as well. I know you do have some regional economic development alliances, and these don't have to be big funded entities. They can be as simple as having your councils collaborate formally on the deployment of broadband within a large region, basically making a stronger case in partnership with somebody like SaskTel to apply to the Universal Broadband Fund. The more people you bring in on a partnership, the more chance you have of leveraging your own dollars against federal or provincial money.
Very good, thank you. All right, next panelist is Doug Burnett. The role of SaskTel in our development is pretty self-evident, and we've asked Doug to come today and talk about the development strategy for the company.
Thanks, Rob. So I would, just to follow up a little more on what Peter said, the population density is significantly different between Alberta and Saskatchewan. I think it's 3-to-1 ratio. So Alberta's population density is about 3 times what Saskatchewan's is, which, you know, has a significant impact on any economic review of what works and what doesn't work. And maybe one other difference is that I think something in the order of about 12% more of the population of Alberta is located in major urban centers than in Saskatchewan. So in Saskatchewan, we're more widely dispersed, and we are thinner in terms of density, making it significantly different here, I'd say. So good morning, everyone. As Rob said, I am Doug Burnett, President of SaskTel. I am very pleased to be here today, and I look forward to a discussion around rural broadband internet in Saskatchewan. It's really hard to see you out there with those lights. At SaskTel, you know, we recognize that the internet is an increasingly important tool, and it's required, you know, almost all the time now in terms of being able to participate in every aspect of modern life. That's the reality. This is especially true in rural areas where online communities can often only be online communication can often only be the way that residents can easily connect to the broader world. And that's why we at SaskTel have established as a goal to be the very best at connecting Saskatchewan to the world. To that end, we're proud to say that through the deployment of a combination of wireless and wireline technologies, we are currently able to offer broadband internet to 99% of the population of the province. 99% of the population of the province, which is a remarkable goal, one we're very proud of. While the internet marketplace in Saskatchewan is very competitive with several internet providers, we would suggest that no other provider comes close to matching SaskTel's network in terms of coverage or capacity. In fact, we'd make that same argument almost across all of Canada, that Saskatchewan's network has managed to be built out in a way that covers more rural customers than virtually any other network in Canada. But we know that there's always more work to be done to improve service. We certainly don't believe our service is as best as it can be. And for this reason, we're going to continue to expand to more locations and to increase the speeds available across the province. Since 2010, I can tell you that we have invested about $3 billion in our networks. And over the next 5 years, we're going to invest another $1.4 billion in improving our networks. So $4.4 billion into our networks. This investment has resulted in a number of improvements to rural services, including the increase of internet speeds, most recently from 25 megabits to 50 megabits per second in over 260 rural communities. And that work was just completed over the course of the last 18 months. As well as the expansion of our internet service, our Infinet service, which is our new fiber service. We will be expanding that beyond the 9 majors, which that work is now coming to a close, and is our intention to expand it to several smaller communities throughout the province and continue to push fiber deeper and deeper into rural Saskatchewan. In addition, through the Wireless Saskatchewan initiative, we've committed nearly $35 million to provide rural communities with enhanced access to reliable internet and cellular service. To date, this investment has resulted in the expansion of our Fusion internet technology, where we added 37 wireless towers, bringing our total Fusion tower count to 107 sites. Those 107 sites now serve around 700 communities. And again, I can tell you we are looking at ways to increase the speeds of that service. As well, we are completing the installation of new small cell towers in over 100 rural communities. This work started last year. We completed 50 new towers in small communities last year, and will complete over 50 by March of this year, bringing the total to 100 plus new towers in small communities, which will vastly improve the capacity and slightly improve the coverage in each of those areas. In addition to that, we do have plans to install an additional 15 macro towers. Now, the macro towers are about 10 times the size and work and cost of the smaller towers. These macro towers will go in underserved rural areas, not necessarily in communities, as well as in some of the provincial parks. And that work will be being completed here over the course of the next few weeks and months. And finally, we're also in the process of doing a further analysis to identify other potential opportunities to improve wireless service in rural parts of the province. And you can expect to see further announcements over the course of the next year as we continue to do that work. Looking forward, we will continue to invest in our networks to ensure that we are providing the necessary connections for all of the Saskatchewan residents and businesses. And once again, I guess I just want to say thank you to SARM for the opportunity of having us here today, and look forward to answering any of your questions.
Oh. Thank you, Doug.
Thanks.
Maybe just as one quick follow-up question, Doug. A bit outside the geography of Saskatchewan, but compared to other provinces, can you comment perhaps on how well served our rural areas are compared to an Alberta, Ontario, British Columbia, for example?
Without being able to give you exact numbers, I can tell you that in many of those communities, they are still trying to provide service to communities of 1,000 people or more. We've got service to communities of 50 people or more. So hopefully that'll give you some sense of just how deep we have pushed our service into rural Saskatchewan compared to some of the other larger providers.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Ray.
Yeah, I'll actually just stay here. Yep. If you can hear me, I think, obviously we're glad that we have all the panelists here today because we really believe this is one of the most important issues to rural Saskatchewan. And we've heard this loud and clear, as we travel around the province. We've done some consultations on this as well, and we know this is one of the biggest reasons why we find, businesses that want to move out into a rural area be challenged, recognizing, SaskTel, to their credit, have done a better job, I believe, in recent years of delivering high speed than it was even 5 years ago. But I think we still have a big challenge because, our population is pretty sparse. The farming community, the farmyards are few and far between. So also retention for people to stay in the rural areas. I know obviously people that are looking to move out of the cities, that's a good lifestyle to live out in the rural area. One of the first challenges, of course, if you have young children, you don't have high-speed internet, they're not going to like it very much. Professional people that want to work from home, there's a big challenge, being able to run a business on your own from your farmyard. The other thing is, and actually we gave a presentation to the CRTC a number of years ago about the farming community, about precision farming and things like that, because of the applications that modern farming practices dictate that you have to have. It's really important, I think, that the federal government did recognize this, and we were able to convince through FCM, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Many of you would have heard the president here yesterday. I don't know if Bill Carson is still in the crowd, but FCM really pushed this, and it was because of the rural organizations like SARM that went to FCM that they actually convinced the federal government to put funding into rural broadband. And it was mentioned already how much funding that was put in, but it seems to pale even for a universal broadband fund when you're talking about 5 to 6 billion over the next 10 years, and then another one, including 1.7 for the universal broadband fund. It never seems like enough money, realizing that you have to use that money, to create partnerships. And I think we offered SaskTel a few years ago when we do meet with SaskTel. We even entertained the idea of doing some partnerships or pilot projects if we can help SaskTel some way. So this is a big challenge, realizing that money that the federal government has, even through the Connecting Innovate program, it's for all of Canada. So we've got northern remote areas in this country, and some of them are served by satellite only. So when we're talking, we're talking fixed wireless, we're talking mobile wireless, we're talking hardwire to people's homes. This is a big project, and I think organizations like SARM, we're going to continue to lobby for this funding. But I really believe that partnerships are the way, and of course innovation, that things are changing, and we have to keep these things in our minds. But when we're talking, $5 billion seemed almost unreasonable a few years ago that you would ever get that much money from the federal government. Now it really doesn't go far enough. Just looking what Saskatchewan alone, SaskTel has spent, realizing that we need more funding. Nevertheless, we're not letting the feds off the hook on this. We're going to continue to lobby for more, and I think they're listening. Yesterday, we listened to Minister Marianne Monsef. That's her portfolio is rural economic development, and that's one of the priorities that she has as well. So I think that I'm less technical than the rest of the people here, but we're the lobbyists to get the funding to make this work.
Thank you,
Okay?
Ray. In preparation for the panel discussion today, we generated several questions to help prompt some discussion. But before we get to question, was there anything among the panelists that kind of raised question that you wanted to ask one another? Silence means consent, perhaps?
Well, just going to some of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities meetings. We've been in Alberta for those conferences, and they brought people from Alberta in. There's a lot of innovative ideas, I think really unique partnerships. And, I know SaskTel really is our partner here. And I think obviously we have to work more closely with SaskTel. But I like listening to what's happening in other provinces. And I know that in Ontario, I think it's SWIFT, the program. Some of the municipalities have really got a unique contract with that company to deliver high speed, and it's really taking root, but it's taken a lot of hard work as well as money.
Thank you. All right. Well, to position for one question to the panel, perhaps for Barb and Peter as lead. And today, Saskatchewan farmers are producing two crops. One we've grown forever, since before the province was formed. The other is new, and it's the data that's being generated across rural Saskatchewan as part of today's rural economic activities and rural farm practices. This new data crop is being produced every day. This happens when intelligent machines on farms make and transmit information using the rural broadband system that is in place, or when geographic information systems make, share, and value data that is being created across rural Saskatchewan. But unlike the first crop, farmers rarely make money, rural areas rarely make money from the data that they are creating. Farmers are helping create new farm management solutions and new ways of feeding the world. The data is valuable, and it builds into the management solutions that are coming from the Internet of Things and the way our machinery, technologies, and farms are communicating with each other. So panelists, can you comment on what needs to be done so that rural areas and farmers can begin to make money from this second crop? How do you create the communication network? How can local RMs be involved to make this opportunity real? Maybe I'll start with you, Barb.
So almost 2 years ago, we started a journey. Robin was part of my team that we did the Smart Cities Challenge through Infrastructure Canada, and we tackled using technology in agriculture. And one of the things we kept coming up against was the fact of all the data. So all these producers give all this data. Somebody from Bayers or one of the online sources will phone them and say, I'll give you a $25 Tim Hortons card if you can just answer a few questions. But the questions they're answering are feeding all into their research, their development, and moving on to other things. And the farmers aren't benefiting other than if they're lucky getting a Tim Hortons card or $25 checks it in the mail. there's a lot of ways to set up some sort of trust, a data trust in regions or across Canada to actually make it so, yes, producers can put their data in or have it download from their equipment or whatever they're doing. And those big companies, the Bayers, the Monsantos, the Tecteras, all those guys could actually in turn have to purchase it direct. It's no different now of who's ever said something and then 10 minutes later it shows up on Facebook in your feed as an advertisement. We as a society are constantly giving information away, but this is a way to actually turn it into a new commodity for producers.
Thank you, Barb. Peter?
Yeah, I'll take the precision ag angle. So who here has actually seen a networked soil moisture sensor system that actually works? I have not. I know that one is rumored to exist out there, but I have yet to see it actually deployed on farm someplace in southern Alberta. There's a lot of really cool technologies that you'll hear about down at the trade show down below, and you'll see advertised on YouTube videos, and that are very, very promising for money-balling ag in our regions, basically turning your data into a machine that makes your farm more efficient and drives your profit margins a little bit higher, and also sets you up to participate and compete in the next marketplace, where places like Walmart want locally produced goods, and they have a list of requirements, and you have to have your entire production facility or your farm censored up in order to be able to provide all of those data points that they want to see in order to source from you. Those kind of things are coming, and on-farm sensor networks are coming, but my personal sense is they're not there yet. And one of the biggest things that's going to get us there is going to be able to provide an actual high-speed network on farm. We're not talking 5010. 5010 is good enough for me in my office to do a little bit of online work. I can watch Netflix at home. I can have personal cloud-based computing, but it's not enough for me to operate a high-tech connected farm where I'm uploading a gigabit of data every evening with satellite images coming down and going back up, and a prescription service that's off-site informing my operations. Like we've got some really big players in southern Alberta. Perry Farms, they tried to do the satellite imagery upload download every day, and it would take them hours to get the images up and down in order to drive those operations. The connectivity is going to drive the technology, and I think you'll find if you talk to any of the folks out there who do the kind of precision-driven ag solutions for on-farm, and you ask them, what could you do with your software and machine solutions on-farm if you had truly high-speed internet? If you had a radio going down to the central hub on your farm with several hundred gigabytes of download, what could you do with that? And you'll see their eyes light up, and they'll start to get, well, I could do this and this and this and this and this, all the things that they can't do right now. And they're developing solutions for a world where they don't have those things. So that's my feedback on that particular issue.
Doug, Ray?
Yeah, you know, and I think, you know, sharing that information is important too. And I know there are some farmers that are already doing that, but I agree. I don't think we're quite there with the technology that we need to talk about, that we need to have on our farms right now. But some of these things come out. Not too long ago, the Star Phoenix and the Leader Post did a study about rural municipalities, actually all the municipalities, about the information that they could share. And there are a fair number of rural municipalities that are not able to download. We're talking the download speed and the upload speed. When we started this about 6 or 7 years ago, we were talking at 5 and 1. Now we're talking 50, 10, not being enough because we have so much information. I guess it's like pushing water through a pipe. The more you push through, the bigger pipe you need, because you just can't force it through anymore. And so, you know, our rural municipal offices, I think, are challenged by this too, because they need to have this capability because of the fact that they have so many documents they need to open, and they need to contribute to the conversation to feed this back and forth. But I know as far as precision farming, some of the farmers need this. They can do this on their farm, but they can't actually share it with anybody else, or they can't get information from somebody else. And I think they're lacking because, you know, in the international market, it's competition.
Yep.
And we need to have the leading edge on all of this technology.
Thank you.
Okay.
Doug?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add. I agree with everything that's been said. I can tell you that at SaskTel, we're constantly wrestling with how to improve the capacity that we have deeper and deeper rurals. And the problem is trying to find an economic way to do this. And so far, it's difficult to find a business case that will allow us to take fiber out to say, individual farms, which would solve the problem almost instantly. You'd have a gig down and a gig up, which would solve the problem. But, in the meantime, I think we are making progress. As Ray indicated, we've made significant progress. Just over the last 18 months, we've doubled the speeds on our DSL network, but more improvement is needed. We're looking at wireless technologies, different technologies. It's a constant work in progress for us. One of the problems is that data consumption on the cellular network, for example, it's growing at 30% a year. 30% a year. So just keeping up with that, let alone trying to catch up to where you need to be, is a significant challenge for all of the carriers. And we are going to need help, I think, in cracking that nut.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm conscious of the time, so perhaps there might be room for a question from the floor. And I can't tell if there's anyone.
Leaving. Somebody at 2.
Mike 2, thank you.
On the price of internet service and that, how much or more is it going to go up, or are we going to get screwed by high price of, I'm paying $150 for just a 25 megahertz download, and then they play the game of about the 20th of the month, they slow you down to next to nothing. And the other part is it's slow as it is, so.
This may be a question that's best answered offline, direct with someone from one of the carriers that could answer your question.
Well, I think all the carriers are doing the same thing, so to what I hear, so it's
I think
it's more of a detrimental than it is any good at the present time.
Well, and I think we saw something just last week or the week before from the federal government where they were challenging lots of companies to have a reduction plan for cost of service delivery. So there's things happening at the national level that will trickle through to things here in Saskatchewan.
You can go to Mexico and they got roadside receivers, stuff where you can pick up data. I asked a couple guys what they pay for their cell phone, $30. That's a far cry to what over 100 that we're paying in comparison.
Regarding the price of service, especially in the rural areas, so one of the conversations we have is, okay, the price is an arbitrary thing. It depends on what you're getting. If you're in rural Alberta or rural Saskatchewan, you're never going to be able to pay what somebody in downtown city is going to be able to pay. You're never going to get that gigabit symmetrical service for $60 a month. But if you're running a farm operation, it's like any other input into your operation. As some of the technology comes of age on farm that requires a really, really good internet connection, farmers are going to have to start asking themselves this question. How much am I willing to pay? Am I willing to pay $1,000 a month for a really good broadband connection? But that broadband connection is going to enable $50,000 to $100,000 growth in my gross sales for the year. Is it worth it? What is the actual calculus there? And if that's the kind of return you're getting on the investment, then yeah, it makes a lot of sense. If you just want to watch Netflix in rural Saskatchewan like everybody else wants to do, then yeah, paying $150 a month that's a rough calculus. But it's just important to keep that calculus in mind when we're talking about real rural broadband.
Yes, thank you.
One other thing, Robin, is just even the population density. When you say Mexico, it's so cheap, but they have so many more people per square kilometer than we have in Canada, so we're really cost sharing on all these things. So when you're talking about a place when we even Alberta, when we have 3-to-1 on Saskatchewan, I think is what you were saying earlier, even that alone, our prices aren't far off yours, but you're trying to share that cost between a much smaller volume of people. If you had 100 people every per square kilometer, dividing that cost versus 3, that's huge.
Thank you. Mike number 4? Oh.
Line here? We're online. Yeah. Good. My question is to Sastel, Mr. Sastel. Our farm is in the process of establishing a processing plant 10 miles north of the Montana border, right on number 6 highway, and virtually have very little. The only way we can get any internet is through ExplorerNet, but what can you do for us?
Have you talked to folks at SaskTel about the problem?
I'm not sure, but I know that we have fiber optics in our little town, which is a mile south of where the processing plant's going to be. And I'm not sure what the availability of expanding that fiber optics to the plant. I don't know that.
Okay. There's a couple initiatives that are underway that may be of benefit to you. One is a program, this Wireless Saskatchewan program, where we will continue to look for those opportunities where service is not good that needs to be improved.
Yep.
That might be a little too far down the road for you. Another program which is more direct is a community participation program that we have. And under that program, you could contact SaskTel. We would be willing to work with you to understand exactly what it is that you need, get you a price for building it out, and if we can make a business case out of it that would allow us to move forward, then that's something we could consider. If not, then we would probably talk to you about whether or not you'd be prepared to share in the cost, and you'd have to do your own economics to see as to whether or not that's appropriate. Those are two solutions, but if you'd like, I can catch up with you right after this meeting and get your name and get someone to follow up.
That'd be perfect. That'll be perfect. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Yeah. I might even vote for you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah, the panelists will be available for discussion if you've got any specific questions about any of their comments today after the session is over. I think we've got time for one more question. Mic number 2?
Yes, I remember in the days of broadband, we used to have internet at our place. And then SaskTel went to Fusion, and our internet got worse and worse and worse till we had no internet about 3 years ago. Phoned SaskTel, well, there's no problem with our equipment, so I've just done without internet. And also, for our cell phones, I am 7 miles straight east of a cell tower. I can see it from my yard. And the cell service is anywhere from 0 bars to 3 bars, depending on how long you stand in one spot. I don't know if this cell tower is it'd be 6.5 miles south of Ceylon. And is there any way to boost that thing up so you can actually get cell service?
There are ways to boost cell service, but in the first instance, maybe I could also get your exact location. I can tell you cell service does vary based on the geography that's around there and whether there's leaves on the trees and wind and all of those kinds of things. A cell tower needs a direct shot at your phone, and anything in the way will diminish the reception that you get. But there are some solutions, possibly a booster, those kinds of things, or maybe the tower itself needs some adjustment. I'll also catch up with you if that's all right, just to get your address and see if there's anything specific to your location.
Okay, thanks.
You bet.
I just wonder.
Ray, any concluding comments?
Yeah, no, I just wonder on that, Doug's comments. I wonder because there is some funding available, I think, through Infrastructure Canada as well. Is it a possibility that the rural municipality could partner with SaskTel in an area where there is not very reliable internet service or cell service to get some of that funding?
Yes, we'd be very interested in partnering with a municipality. I mentioned the community participation program. Quite often, the way that has worked in the past is that we do partner with the municipality in an area where we just couldn't put together a business case for expanding cellular or internet or even Max TV. And then we just work together to understand what the costs will be and whether or not there is a way that by partnering we might be able to cover those costs in a way that would let it go ahead.
Oh, that's
yeah,
awesome.
So applying
Great.
for a grant would certainly be a good approach.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Ray, Doug, Peter, Barb, thanks for your comments this morning. Thanks very much, folks.
great, that's good.
Thanks, Ray.
Well, thank you, Robin, Peter, Barb, Doug, and Ray. Just before we go for lunch, I have an announcement that someone has lost a gray case with an iPad and an RM map inside. So if you happen to find it, please turn it into the SARM office at the bottom of the stairs. Other than that, we'll see you after lunch at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
If I could have your attention, please. I have an individual looking to meet with representatives of Reno, Mount Hope, and Harts Hill municipalities, and it's Fred Barron, and he would just like to meet you outside the door if you're in the room. So he'd like a representative from the arm of Reno, Harts Hill, and Mount Hope if possible. Thank you. And we will be getting started in about 5 minutes. Okay, we're going to get started here in about 1 minute, so if you want to take your seat, we'd appreciate that. We do have a bit of an addition to the agenda, so if you can find your spot, we'll get going in just 1 minute. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. At this time, we have, as I had indicated, just an addition to the agenda, and I want to invite Roland Crow to address the delegates. He's a former band and federation chief, and he would just like to say a few words to SARM and SARM delegates about the relationships that we are building in the province. So please join me in welcoming Roland Crow.
Thank you and good afternoon. Indeed, I'm humbled to join with you today. I'm just saying in our own language that I'm grateful for all of us to see another day and the dawning of a great day. I've had quite an experience working with SARM in the past, and your organization and your staff are just absolutely great. And every president that's been there, my days go back as far as Bernard Kerwin. My memory gets bad now and then. What a great guy, and all the presidents that have succeeded him. Spent a lot of time working with SYNC and a lot of time with your present president, and what a great pleasure. Ray and I are kind of neighbors, and we have a great rapport with the RM and with SARM. I just want to say to you is that a sincere thank you for the things we accomplished. When we dealt with tree land entitlement, we changed the lives of hundreds and thousands of people. We changed the lives of being kept on our own reserves, and we were able to purchase land all over the province. When you look at the 7 casinos today, they're all on reserve status lands, urban and rural, and the hundreds and the thousands of jobs that it's created, and the $60 million annually that goes to our First Nations, our Indian bands, and the jobs and the creation of wealth. I just want to say a short message in regards to what we want to do in the future, and I'm really pleased that your president and your board of directors and former presidents of SARM have welcomed us to join arms, and work for a better province. European settlement loves this province. We do too. We both have no place to go but to better things and to get along. And I say this in regards to keeping our province healthy, and also to be able to entice investment in our communities, our infrastructure, and to be able to invite foreign investment. Because I think if we aren't able to market our product and invite foreign investment, we all are missing an opportunity. Let me just say a couple of things about some of the things that are going on today. There's many of us in Indian country that don't agree with the blockades. But since I'm not in politics and I don't have a political life anymore, I can kind of say the things, even though that's what got me into trouble when I was in politics. Always spoke my mind, but that's the way I was raised. Because if the truth were known, you know, the treaties were signed and we have certain rights as treaty status people here. But the government was never, ever, in our treaty discussions, ever led to believe that taxpayers would pay for the cost of Indian people, First Nations, because there was no tax regime that time. The payment for our treaty annuities and commitments were supposed to be from the natural resources of such a rich and beautiful country. But today, some of us are not saying what we think, and I'm old school, so I say it the way it is. But you know, just look at it this way. If we had a bit of investment in the railroads, we would never let those people be blocking those railroads to market our commodities and our products. When we look at gas and oil and anti-pipeline people, many of those people are not our people. And many of those people are disobeying their own banned governments that they duly elected. But sometimes we get gun shy and we're scared to say what we think. I think there's more of us just got to say it the way it is. And I think a lot of us in Indian country have to say that. I give you just a small example of how protective we are in many ways about our ways of life and our income. But tell me this, when was the last time you saw a little gangbanger from Indian country go knock off a gas bar or our casinos? And it's because of the security. And you know what the security is? The security is every one of those staff that are working there that don't want to lose their jobs to nonsense. And I think that's what makes us strong. But I'm trying not to be critical, but I think there's more of us in Indian country have to stand up and say what we believe and how we can better get along. And I don't think there's any better way than we as Indian people to be able to work with SARM and the good people of Saskatchewan. Most of us are in rural Saskatchewan, and we just need to understand each other better. I remember going to some of our first meetings, and they were kind of, a bit nervousness in the room. But after we started to talk, we were all saying the same thing. So with that, I wish everybody, and my wife Brenda and I are extremely humbled. And I want to thank my wife too for the days when I travel a lot, and she kept the home fires going. And I don't talk about it much, but I remember during the Oka crisis, because I wouldn't support the Oka disruption, that I lived under police protection for about 6 weeks to 2 months because of some of the people were uncomfortable with my style of leadership, but I'm not going to change. In leaving that, I would like to ask your president and former President Singh to come to the front, if may. While they're doing that, I'll tell you just a short Indian joke, which I get into trouble sometimes. There's this big rancher farmer in rural Saskatchewan and lived close to the chief. And the chief went to visit him, and he said, Chief, I can jump into that brand new half-ton, drive all day, and I wouldn't be able to see all my land. And the chief says, yeah, I understand. I had a truck like that one time, but I got rid of it. So have we got on behalf of many of us in Indian country, that gentlemen like you and ladies and gentlemen, and the fine staff of SARM, I present you with something that you don't only keep in your office, but it's yours to take home when and if you retire President Orb. And to our former president and good friend and friend for life, Sink, which changed our lives in Indian country. Thank you all, and safe travels, and God bless you all. God bless us.
Thanks, Roland, really appreciate this, but I'm just going to read what it says. It says, in the spirit of negotiation rather than confrontation. In the spirit of negotiation rather than confrontation. Chief Roland Crone. Thank you.
Well done, buddy.
I dropped it.
I got it. I picked it up. Don't worry about it.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Roland. I'm pleased to introduce Marlo Pritchard now. Marlo is the president of the Saskatchewan Public Safety Agency, a Treasury Board crown where he is building an organization that will improve communication and coordination efforts with communities that are in need of assistance during evolving emergency events. Marlo has over 36 years of operational and administrative policing experience. He started his career in policing as a constable with the Regina Police Service, where he quickly rose to the ranks. He retired from the RPS as the Inspector of Criminal Investigations Division. Marlo then assumed the position of Chief of Police with the Weyburn Police Service, where I had the opportunity to meet him. And he remained in that position until he accepted his current presidency with the SPSA. Please welcome Marlo Pritchard.
Thanks, Carmen. First of all, thank you very much for allowing me to say a few words today. I have met with the SARM board, and it's because of them, I'm sure, is why we're here. And it's just a great opportunity for myself to really bring you up to date on what the Public Safety Agency is and what we hope to be based on feedback from our stakeholders. A little about the agency. It was formed in 2017, as it was mentioned, as a Treasury Crown from a discussion and creation through legislation. And it's responsible to the Minister of Government Relations, Laurie Carr. We have also a requirement to report to a board of directors. And the board of directors is also made up of ministers of social services, Paul Merriman, Minister of Environment, Dustin Duncan, and Minister of Health, Warren Keating. The original order in council was in 2017, and it was strictly around the 911 and the provincial PSAPs or dispatch services that the province supports in the network there. So that was the original idea, but based on a number of conversation, that's changed as of January of last year. The government expanded the role of the Saskatchewan Public Safety Agency to include the emergency management and fire safety responsibilities that used to be under part of government relations. And then as recently as November, the addition to wildfire management, and that was under the Ministry of Environment. And I'm going to just read out directly what the purpose of this agency was and what the vision is. The purpose of this SPSA is to provide or support public safety services for and with the people, municipalities, Indigenous people, public safety service providers, and the government of Saskatchewan. It's very, very broad-based. We have a huge responsibility. We are currently undergoing our first strategic plan as an agency, and we have landed on a vision moving forward. It's to enhance, support, and integrate public safety in Saskatchewan, and that's where we're going to be moving over the next number of years based on input and some great staff that we have around us. So really, how did this come about? This conversation is not new about having a public safety agency in the province, but the government of Saskatchewan did take a position of after the wildfires of 2015, and I'm sure there's individuals in this room that lived through that, their arms lived through it, and members of the government would have come out and talked to you. There was a number of different agencies, number of different ministries, number of different supports that were working to combat that provincial emergency. And the feedback that we got was, the government got, was that there was who was in charge, who do we go to? The government listened and decided to expand the role of the Public Safety Agency. And with that, we have a number of roles that fall under that. We have land operations, which we have alluded to, it's to do with wildfires, flood response, preparations. We have air operations, which also helps with that fire suppression. As I mentioned earlier, we also have the 911 system, communications. Your first responders in your neighborhoods have our P25 radios, so we have that interconnectivity between agencies. So putting it all under one agency, we're much better suited for the next time an emergency comes. And we know it's going to happen, it's just we don't know where. So it's like a one-stop shop. The messaging should be consistent, will be consistent, and we can work with your RMs and your councils in a better fashion. Currently under the agency, we fall under a number of different acts, Fire Safety Act, Wildfire Act, Emergency Planning Act, just to name a few. Part of those roles that falls under this agency is fire safety prevention, investigations, that's cause and origin of those investigations, and we'll take that right up to where it's criminal. If it's criminal, we'll then turn it over to the police services jurisdiction for court prosecution. We have the emergency management planning, EMO aspect of it. Oh, okay. We also have the preparation, working with your communities. Sorry, I didn't even realize we had a slides going here. I'll just move it forward here. I think that's where we're at. That's fine. Sorry about that. I apologize. So anyways, we also have the communication, the 911, the radio system, P25s, and that network. The Fire Commission officer also runs through our agency. And with that, we're committed to, I'm committed to working with the different stakeholders throughout this province. Since I've been taken over this role about 6 months ago, I have spent a lot of time on the road, meeting different communities, including your board. In fact, part of the conversation that I had with the SARM board was around emergency planning and getting some help around that. And so because of that, we took that back to our office and we kind of changed up our plan, and we built a workshop for this conference. On the 9th, we had a full-day conference in regards to emergency planning. What we had heard from the board was they wanted a takeaway. They want something tangible that they can go back to the RMs, back to their council, and build this plan. So I'm hoping, I haven't read all the feedback, but what I have read so far was very, very positive. We'll always get better, and I hope that if there's anyone in this room that did attend that workshop, please look me up after. I'd love to hear your recommendations on how to improve. We're not going to just stop there. The ones that did sign up, we will follow up within probably the next 2 months, work with you a little closer to complete those plans. And then more importantly, we'll be back after that to test those plans. So we're committed to building that resilient community and that interconnectivity. Part of that, also what we heard about was the activation. How do we activate this agency? So part of the new agency is we will have a duty desk 24/7. So you can not only get us through the typical 911, which will then activate the agency, but we also have a duty desk, and we'll share that number throughout you with all of you over the next little while. But that'll be our coordination center activating. So whether it's preparation or response or even after mitigation or recovery aspects, we can get the right people to your communities when needed. Our mandate is for man-made and natural disasters, and we've got a fairly broad-based mandate. But with all of those pieces put under one agency, one connection, one contact point, we know we're much better suited to respond when we need to. So what does that mean to you? As I mentioned, I've already met with the board. We've developed that workshop. I have continued to meet with full-time and part-time fire departments and first responders. Again, our role is also around training, accreditation, enhancing your first responder service wherever we can. We are internally looking at how we can work with others. We know we can't do it all. We're going to have to partner with other agencies. I'm sure everyone in this room is familiar with finite resources. Well, we also have finite resources. So I'm really hoping to work with different first responders and fire services to help everybody in this room. I've also heard about cost of response when we come out and battle a wildfire, battle a grass fire. The RM all of a sudden gets a bill in the mail. That is on my desk currently. We are going to be developing a cost modeling matrix. That will go back to my board, I'm hoping early in June or July, and then we'll push that out. The idea is to be fair and equitable. I don't know what that looks like yet. We are doing an analysis piece, so stay tuned and you'll get that. I've also heard a number of times from the different representatives in this room and different conversations that there might be a need for our agency to help with regional emergency planning mutual aid agreements. We haven't started that conversation yet. Again, in the future, we'll definitely be reaching out, but there is a role for us to play in that, and I'm looking forward to that in the future. So what are we doing now? As a new agency, we've blended a number of different wildfire emergency measures, and so we're really focused on operational preparedness. We're blending the procedure manuals. We're doing a comprehensive program review, making sure that we're meeting the needs of our stakeholders, you, as we go forward. We're doing tabletop exercises, internal tabletop exercises, to make sure that we're prepared for what and when it happens. We just don't know where. Insurance Canada, in a very recent report, advised that just for weather-related incidents in Canada, they have paid out over $2.1 billion in claims. They're forecasting that will exceed $5 billion in claims in less than 10 years. So we know the weather patterns are getting worse, and we have to be prepared, not just as an agency, not just as RM, but as a province. And so how do we work collectively to increase public safety together? And that's what we are mandated to do. So we're going to be working with all of you. You're going to see some more communication. Not only will you see me talking, but in the near future, you'll see other new phone numbers, communications, what we plan on doing. And you'll probably see me. I've been into some of your communities already. I will be continuing to travel the province, meeting with First Nations communities, meeting with your RMs. Again, what we're really trying to capture right now is the needs and the priorities that you tell us that we can help with. Part of our strategic planning, we will set the priorities over the next 4 years based on that input. And again, I encourage you to reach out. So how can you contribute? Basically, that is, we're looking for opportunities to partner. So if you have ideas, priorities, needs, please reach out to me, my organization, and we will definitely be working together as we move forward. Again, as I mentioned, we will be sending out future news releases, and again, we will be traveling, not only me, but a number of my team will be out in your communities very soon. So I look forward to whatever that looks like, working together. So I will leave it at that. I know you have a full agenda, so I'm not going to take questions now, but I will be here for at least another hour, hour and a half in the back. So if you have any ideas, concerns, I'd be more than happy to spend a few minutes talking. So anyway, thank you very much, and I wish you all the best in your conference. That's okay. That's okay. Oh, I didn't.
Okay, thank you, Marlo. So next on our agenda is a presentation on the Provincial Disaster Assistance Program, PDAP. Grant Hilsinger and Noelle McVina will be presenting today. Grant has been the Executive Director of PDAP since 2016, and with his team has introduced a number of program improvements to help claimants with claim consistency and processing times. He loves the outdoors and lives on an acreage in the Qu'Appelle Valley, north of Regina, with his wife and 2 sons. Noel is the Financial and Systems Manager with PDAP. When he is not in the office, you find him with his wife and 2 kids exploring transportation technology by building and piloting airplanes, race cars, or motorcycles. Please join me in welcoming Grant and Noel. I'm really sorry if I butchered your name.
Thank you, Carmen. Just to correct the name, I know mine's a bit of a tangled mess to sometimes say. It's Grant Hilsentegger. I'm the Executive Director of PDAP, and I like Noel, but it's Noel, so I'm going to start calling him Noel, especially around Christmas. He's our Financial and Systems Manager with PDAP, so really appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you today. For those of you that may not be familiar with what PDAP does, PDAP provides financial assistance to eligible applicants as a result of a substantial loss or damage to uninsurable essential property caused by designated natural disasters. Just curious, hands up, anybody that's had a claim with PDAP in the past? Interesting. So one of the things I wondered about when we had the opportunity to come and speak to you today was I wondered if maybe there was some turnover in either in council or administrators or that sort of thing, and so I thought it might not be a bad idea for us to come back and since we haven't really had what I would consider a major disaster since probably 2016. There's been some minor disasters that we've helped communities deal with, but I thought it might not be a bad idea for us to come back and sort of tell you who we are and that we're still here and give you a quick walkthrough on some of the things we're planning. We've got a session coming up in the fall at SARM that we're going to invite people to come out, and we can help you hopefully get your claims done a little faster. So usually at SARM conventions, PDAP has a booth in the trade show, and a lot of people come and visit us, especially when it's been very busy, and we get to talk to affected municipalities about their claims with the program. Often we get to hear stories. Usually they're about the devastation of a natural disaster that's impacted a community or individuals, and it's often quite unbelievable to hear and see the damage or the disruption. And but at the end of it, what I really appreciate is once we have that opportunity to talk to people, they often talk about our staff and how helpful they are, and how they go that extra mile to make sure people and communities are back on their feet as quickly as possible. So as an executive director leading that group, I love to hear that kind of thing. I never like to hear the stories about how devastated communities were, but I'm certainly appreciative to hear that our staff is doing good work for you. Now, I was reminded today, talking to somebody, that it's been this spring will be 10 years since the first big floods we saw in 2010, and then we had, 2011 was massive, the largest number of claims we've ever had in the program. And then moving forward through, 12, 13, 14, and then 16, we had some substantial natural disasters. To give you a sense of how bad it was and how much money we've provided to help, since 2010, PDAP has received over 23,000 claims and provided over $300 million in assistance. Now that's about 220 of that was to help with 1,468 municipal claims. So, you get a sense of the magnitude of this. And now while WSA, and I was chatting with Patrick Boyle earlier today about their most recent spring flooding outlook, they're indicating that the spring flood risk is, across most of the province, is going to be below average. In fact, it kind of looks like it might be kind of a dry year, except for a couple of areas. The southeast is always an issue, it seems. But that said, we know that no one can predict spring or summer weather events, and so what we do is, with this in mind, we thought it would be that opportunity to come back and remind folks about PDAP. So Noel, and I will walk through a few slides, and I'll start with a little bit of an overview of the program. No, that's just a picture of me. There we go. Good. So this is just an overview, and it's kind of what I had talked about in the first part of my presentation. We're not an insurance company. We're a program of last resort, and we're intended to provide essentials to get communities and individuals back on their feet as quickly as possible, but we are not insurance and we don't provide 100% compensation. There we go. The first step in our process is that PDAP must first designate a municipality or First Nation as eligible for PDAP assistance before anybody can apply for funding to help out. So they need to submit an application. There's the paper involved, accompanied by a council or band resolution within 1 month of the disaster occurring. And there is also a 1-year deadline to complete the work, although we often consider extensions because we recognize that sometimes things don't even dry up for a long period of time before you can even get in there and start to do the work. Moving to the next slide. Essentially, this slide's saying a lot of the same thing, but it also states that municipalities don't need to declare a state of emergency in order to get PDAP support. This is a fairly common misconception that we hear and it perpetuates throughout the media. So we always try and remind municipalities that you don't have to go that step. It's really just that council resolution and filling out the application that gets your foot in the door. So once eligibility is confirmed, we send out an engineer into the community to assess the damages and to provide us with a cost estimate. Once they provide us with that cost estimate, we can take that information, review it, and see what's eligible for PDAP assistance. And from that information, in most cases, PDAP can provide an advance to communities up to about 60% less their deductible for eligible estimated damages. And that really was a new innovation for us, and 60% can be a fairly significant amount. And it really helps communities get back or get out there and start addressing these issues. And we've heard a lot of good feedback about that, and we're glad to hear that. I guess lastly on this slide, it states that claimants need to send information to PDAP that verifies that eligible work is getting done. So things like statement of work or invoices. So once, I'm getting ahead of myself here, once municipalities have submitted eligible invoices that exceed the amount of the advance that's been provided, PDAP will be able to provide then additional progress payments, we call them, subject to eligibility verification, and the same thing, it's proof of payment that we may require and invoices that we verify to make sure that they're eligible under the program. So for the next bit, I'm going to ask Noel to come up and talk. It's a little bit more of some of the details that you need to know about, and so I'm going to ask him to walk through that, and thank you so much.
Thanks, Grant. So I guess probably some of you are asking, well, what kind of assistance can PDAP provide? What's actually available out there? And so we will provide coverage for these uninsurable essentials, basically whatever has been damaged by this natural disaster. Typically we're talking floods and plow-ins type of thing. So if this is a road that's been washed out, or in the case of a plow-in, maybe it's just trees that have been downed and covering your roadway, so you got to pay some overtime and clear some debris. We can definitely provide assistance for that. It doesn't have to be a biblical level disaster to receive some PDAP assistance. We also provide assistance for any works to minimize or mitigate damages, so sandbagging, pumping, these sorts of things. Structural repairs to buildings. Not all municipal buildings are covered by insurance, and so we will definitely be able to provide some assistance in that regard. Also, expenses related to the disaster repairs, so flagging, signage, any sort of extraordinary costs for a temporary bypass or that sort of thing. When it comes to actually getting the repairs done for this road washout or culverts or that sort of thing, you basically have two options. The do-it-yourself method, where you're going to use your municipal equipment and your own staff to try and get the repairs done. We will provide some assistance for that. It's going to be restricted to the extraordinary costs, so that's going to be costs that are over and above what you'd normally pay staff in your municipalities. So it's kind of advantageous to take advantage of overtime or hiring additional staff to get this done rather than pushing off your regularly scheduled maintenance and work to do it. Also, you have the option to just tender it out, hire a contractor, and get the work done that way. Often that'll be a lot more quicker for your municipality to get it done, as you don't have to commit your own resources to it, and we do fully reimburse for that. provided the scope of the work is within what was identified by the engineers. So important information here, as far as covering buildings, things like pumping stations, your RM office, that sort of thing, there is potentially insurance coverage available for those types of things, so we will need to see some indication that you have contacted your insurance company and that insurance is not available in those types of situations. And of course, the damage or loss has to be directly attributable to the natural disaster. We don't cover secondary damages or incidental, so if the water sits there and doesn't get moved off the roadway and you have serious issue with frost boils the following year, that's not something we can help with. So compensation for damages, as Grant indicated, is just to pre-disaster condition. Oftentimes, the engineering report will recommend many upgrades, and we certainly encourage you to do that to enhance your infrastructure, but we can only pay to pre-disaster condition. A little bit of work up front with your program advisor when you make a claim can help you identify how much will be covered and what will be on your RM's own costs for going over and above what was there before. Because let's be honest, sometimes what was there before wasn't really the best infrastructure to start with. PDAP doesn't reimburse taxes. So GST, PST, sorry, that's kind of the way it goes. But we can reimburse any measures that you need to take to protect life and property when there's an imminent disaster. So this opens the scope for a lot of things, temporary measures, sandbags, dikes, that sort of thing. Also, if you have some expenses just getting people out of the way of a disaster, we can certainly consider those. Just make sure that you keep some documentation of what you did, the decisions you made, and the costs you incurred along the way. At the end of the day, it's only the PDAP officials that are able to make eligibility decisions. So absolutely, the adjusters and engineers are out there to try and give you their best advice, but when it comes to what's eligible and what's not and what you'll be reimbursed for, make sure you're talking to a PDAP program advisor. Again, make sure you keep logs. Pictures are great for establishing where there was or wasn't disaster and how big, how big the flood was, how badly the culvert was damaged, that sort of thing. Ensure that all the information that you have is available when you have that visit with the engineer or the adjuster. It is best if you have one of your own representatives able to kind of walk the adjuster or engineer around and show them the sites rather than just sending them out on their own with a map. And make sure you report all the damages during their visit. So for those of you that have been through the process before, PDAP's had a couple changes over the last couple years. And so you may experience something slightly different than you did before if you have a claim in the future. First, PDAP has introduced new quality control audits during our payment flow to reduce the amount of rework and to improve the quality and consistency of payments that are going out the door. So if you had a disaster early in 2010, you may have experienced where you got a phone call 3 years, 4 years after the fact saying, hey, about this expense you submitted, can you give us a proof of payment for it? With this new process, you'll definitely be asked for that right when you do your initial submissions, and so hopefully that should make things go a little bit smoother. It's an evolution from a previous process that we used where we did a post-audit on all our claims. So there's no new requirements, it's just the timing of when you're going to be asked for those things that'll be changed. PDAP has also begun revising our engineering process for municipal claims. The engineers now are going to be using a standardized form for the most part, recognizing that not all disasters fall into a standardized template, so there may be need to vary. But in general, they should be following the same process. And our staff is going to review that engineering report now before it goes out to the RMs, so you will have greater certainty around the eligibility of items when you receive that report. Finally, PDAP's continuously been improving our database since 2010. We use a lot of standardized forms now. We are able to accept and respond to electronic submissions a lot better, and PDAP continues to work to improve the availability and the accuracy and timeliness of the information that we're providing to you. Now, in order to assist you in getting your information to us quicker and having greater certainty and clarity around what's going to be covered, PDAP is offering to cover costs for a claim administrator. You're certainly welcome to hire a dedicated claim administrator. Talk with your PA at what's appropriate based on the scope of disaster that you're dealing with. You know, if you have 2 fallen trees, maybe not an administrator. But if you're dealing with flooding of 15 grid roads, then yeah, you probably want a dedicated PDAP administrator. PDAP will cover these costs. In an effort to support this, we're going to begin offering training to those who may be acting as PDAP administrators. This training is intended to be offered as either a half-day or a full-day session. It would be offered at conferences such as this one and the Administrators Conference, places like that. The intention of this is to give the administrators an idea of what the PDAP program is all about, what the basis are, and when to call and get in contact with your PDAP advisor. Now, some of the slides that you've seen here today were shamelessly stolen from the introduction to that training session. So you can get an idea of the stuff that Grant was talking about at the beginning of what PDAP does, what's eligible, what's not eligible. That's the type of topics we're going to be talking about in this training, except obviously at much greater depth than we were able to get into in the short presentation. In conclusion, if you have any questions, this is our contact information. This entire slide deck is going to be available on the conference website for you, so don't worry about scribbling it down instantly if you haven't. We will not be taking questions at this time, but we will be hanging around, and we also have our booth in the trade show for you to stop by if you do have a question about your RM specifically or the program in general. So I'd like to thank you very much for your time, and I think that's it.
Thank you to Grant and Noel. Now I'm pleased to introduce Lindsay Brumwell, Public Affairs Manager from CN. So Lindsay Brumwell joined CN in the fall of 2019 as Public Affairs Manager West. Prior to joining CN, Lindsay spent 15 years in private and public-private organizations specializing in international trade and business development, issues management, and government relations, including 5 years as the Trade Development Coordinator at the Port of Vancouver, and 3 years as Federated Cooperatives Limited's Government Relations Manager. In her current role with CN, Ms. Brumwell is Secretary of the CN Community Boards in Saskatchewan and British Columbia, provides support to CN's Agricultural Advisory Council, and works to extend CN's positive impact across this great province and the rest of Western Canada. In her spare time, she spends it with family, friends, and fluffy rescue dogs, kind of sounds like my daughter, exploring Saskatchewan's provincial and national parks and great outdoors. Please welcome Lindsay Brumwell.
Hello again. Whew. Good afternoon, are you awake? It's always hard to be placed after lunch. We're going to start my presentation with a quick video, and nope, the other one. This is the second one. You have to wait till the end of the presentation to see that one. Oh, there we go. So thank you for your attention for that. There'll be a pop quiz at the end. So now we can just go to my slides. So I picked that one because it focused on the agriculture products, and I know that's really important to a lot of the rural municipalities here in Saskatchewan. So I want to thank you for taking the time out of your busy day or SARM, for letting me take some time out of your busy schedule to be able to address you guys today. One of the things that CN has been working very hard on is trying to improve communications and share information with all our stakeholders, and that includes municipalities, neighbors, and communities along the rail line where we work and move. So, just to give you an idea, CN has been expanding over the years. We're at almost 20,000 route miles, and we're shipping about 6 million carloads every year. This enables about a $250 billion worth of trade annually, and you'll see in that pie chart sort of the breakdown of the major commodities. While you'll probably, those of you here will notice that petroleum products have a slight percentage greater than grain, I want to remind you that our CEO has committed that CN will not move crude at the expense of grain. And it's important to remember that crude typically is moving in the opposite direction of grain products. Grain products are heading for export out to our coast, especially the west coast from Western Canada for export, and crude is typically heading south into the United States. So you're kind of not always following on the same track and area. So I'm going to move to the next slide. We are always talking about building a fluid network and extending capacity. As you've probably complained that you cannot get access or we need more room in our pipeline, we are constantly working to extend capacity. Currently today we have over 7,000 bridges that we're maintaining. We've installed over 600 miles of track in the last few years, and that means we're installing about 2 million rail ties every year for the last few years. This is a huge infrastructure project that we're investing in across Canada every year in order to be able to serve our customers and neighbors better. So out of that big scope of network, here's what we have in the province. We have a little over 1,100 railroaders employed in the province, almost 2,000 route miles. We typically are spending between 130 to 160 million in local spending. Last year in 2019, we invested over $400 million in infrastructure just in the province, and the year before that, it was over 300. We also pay around $100 million a year in property tax or total taxes, and we typically are giving over $400,000 to community partnerships. You'll notice in the photos that we had our CN 100 celebration here in Regina, actually at Agribition. It was actually the best attended event across Canada, with almost 27,000 people attending and 3/4 of them being school children. It was a great opportunity to learn about Canada's history and how the railway connects us all. As part of our CN 100 anniversary, we gave a large donation to the Saskatchewan Farm Stress Line so that they can expand their services into rural Saskatchewan to provide support for farmers and farming families, as we recognize that not just this year but future years it can be stressful, and we want you to know that there's help available, and we're committed to helping our communities and the families. So I'm going to talk a bit about capacity to move things forward, because this is a big chunk of our job. Last year we spent $3.9 billion on capacity investments across the Canadian network, but here in Western Canada that results to almost 80 miles of new double track. We received 500 new hopper cars to date, and we're in the process of taking on another 500. And the balance of the new locomotives, 260, will be delivered by year end. We also have 100 new distributed braking cars that are being deployed during the winter for those extreme colds, anything minus 25. This is examples of where we are investing to be able to provide a fluid, additional capacity, as well as a safe network. So I'm going to give you a quick photo examples of some of the places where that money was spent. So you'll see the Melville Yard. As I mentioned yesterday, it is now the 3rd largest yard in the prairies. We've been working on double track between Canna and Waldron, Saskatchewan. We have the bigger, and I'm not sure how to pronounce this, double track along our main line from Edmonton to Winnipeg. This is the Saskatoon Intermodal Yard, and it's also known as Chapel Yard. This is where I work, if you're ever wondering. So if you're calling me about how loud the trains are, I have full appreciation of it, working in the middle of a CN rail yard. But what doesn't show in these pictures is we've actually moved our auto distribution hub to Saskatoon as well. So most of the cars that are coming in now are actually coming through Saskatoon too. As well as the intermodal here in Regina. You'll notice that out at AGT's facility in Regina Mobile Grain, we have the new terminal that is opened in November of last year. These are just some of the examples of how we are dedicated to both the ag and the Saskatchewan economy and moving products and goods. So I'm going to quickly touch on grain, because I would be a little remiss if I didn't talk about it to this group. But just to give you an idea, in Saskatchewan, our top 3 commodities are actually grain, followed by potash for export and fertilizer for import, and then crude that we handle here in the province. And I'm adding this slide for the particular fact that I want to point out the 69%. That's the grain revenues that we receive that originate here in Canada. And it demonstrates the importance of Canadian agriculture to CN. I also want to notice, as you probably are all aware, there have been many new elevators that have been built over the last 5 years, and we are now operating the majority of those new elevators built, and they're along our CN lines. So here's the little green dots are some of the places where you can see where they have been built. If you want to have a say about how we move grain, we have a grain plan each year. For this one's the 2019 to 2020, but in the spring, we will be looking at 2020 to 2021. This is a comprehensive and robust plan where we focus on the volumes. We work with different stakeholders to gather data, and then we project how we are going to move the demand that we believe is going to come from the ag industry to help you be able to be a reliable supplier. There is a consultation period, so you will be able to review and provide feedback online, and we encourage you, or to encourage SARM, to review the documents and provide us comments and feedback. We then provide transparency as to how we're doing on this grain plan every month with our updated monthly grain plan, and you can find it on our website. And we have periodic updates as well through media releases. At this time, I want to just let you know that CN is well aware that the Canadian farmers, especially Saskatchewan farmers, had a very challenging harvest, which delayed the start of our movement of grains, and it's been a compounding and difficult winter for, I think, everyone involved. It's a strange place when farmers are actually worrying about how CN's doing due to the number of issues that we've had recently. But we appreciate it, and we want to let you know that we're in this together with you, and we are working diligently and around the clock. It is in as safe as manner as possible to get your goods to market. To stay up to date on our grain supply chain resources, we have podcasts if you would like to listen to them. We have different web content and social media, and these are some of the resources that we have available. I encourage you to check them out. So now I want to talk about safety. This is my favorite part. At CN, safety is a core value, and we are all responsible for practicing safety and protecting each other along the rail line. This includes our customers, the municipalities, the railways, and all stakeholders. And I can't talk about safety without addressing the elephant in the room because of the sheer amount of questions I get to do with dangerous goods. I'm hoping this slide will provide a little bit of peace, which is that less than 10% of our shipments moved along CN's entire network involve some type of dangerous goods. But to keep in mind what a dangerous good actually is classified as. So some of the examples in these photos will show what are things that we carry, but they're also classified as dangerous goods. So this also can be batteries and electronics, depending on the chemicals and metals that are in them. So just to keep that in mind when you're looking at that 10%. I want to also let you know that here in Saskatchewan, you're actually able to see, we publish on our website the top 10 dangerous goods that move through the province and the percentage. And I can tell you as of 2019, less than 9% of all goods moved on CN rail was classified as a dangerous good. One of the big things is we've had with crude and the movement of crude is an example of CN's commitment to safely moving products and looking after communities. We have partnered with Innotech Alberta, which was to develop a new and innovative way to transport crude oil, and we are now in the process of doing this. They're called canapucks. It's the little black square there. So we're basically taking bitumen and turning them into very squishy Duplo. And they go into our trains and they can move. We can actually carry 30% more, and they float. They don't dissolve. They're not flammable, they dissolve, they float, they're not flammable, and they're not explosive. And the coating on them is actually set up at the Port of Vancouver, whereby it can be recycled and reused again. So this is a way that we're looking at sustainability, cost savings, improved capacity, moving higher volume, and looking after both the environment and communities as we transport goods. So we try to engage with communities regularly about training and safety. So I'd like to take this friendly reminder to let you know that our CN Dangerous Goods team has training and has participated in approximately 350 events, bringing critical training to more than 4,000 participants who might face a dangerous good. If this is something your RM or your volunteer or fire department is interested in, I've provided a link in this, or you can go on our website and you can contact our Dangerous Goods to be able to get access to this training and find out about the scheduling. It also provides an app whereby once you have the training, you can actually check the rail cars and find out what's in it. So should there be a derailment or any other incident in your community, you will be able to find out what's in that car, whether it's empty, whether it's grain, pellets, sand, etc., in advance before they even get to the scene. So a couple of things specific to Saskatchewan on safety. We would also like to remind you that we encourage all our rural municipalities, employees and contractors to get e-rail safety training. This is a great way to provide good information and keep your employees and contractors safe. Like I said, it's a shared responsibility, so if you will be working near a railway, it is critical that your employees have the right knowledge to work in a dangerous situation. The installation of stop signs at all rural railway crossings. I wanted to bring this one up because I get this question a lot. RMs are responsible for purchasing the stop signs and identifying which rural crossings at a railway that they would like to have the signs. However, CN needs to install them, and we are happy to work with you on doing that. So this is something that is managed out of our Public Works and Engineering team, but I've provided contacts at the end so that if this is something that you would like to take back and look for, we would be very supportive of trying to install these stop signs because safety is critical, especially in rural Saskatchewan. The other thing that we are working quite heavily on is with professional truck drivers, specifically those supporting grain terminals or moving product from farm to terminal. We know, based on Road Safety Vision, which is a partnership with the provincial agency that tracks the number of traffic incidences in the province, that we went from 2018 with 5 incidences between egg semis and trains down to 0 by January 2020. And we did this through an outreach program whereby we are visiting grain terminals and weight stations to be able to provide tips and guidelines and reminders to be able to operate safely. So we would like to also remind you as ratepayers and those of you who are farmers to continue to talk to not just your own operations to maintain safety, but also to the truck drivers that are moving your goods. And on that note, on March 15th, on Monday, it's Egg Safety Week. We have these reminders that you can actually, we partnered with CASA, so the Canadian Association or Agriculture Safety Association, in order to develop some social media and promotional materials. If this is information that you would like to share with your members on Facebook or your website as a reminder, we can provide these tips on safety to you to share. We encourage you to do so because it's a shared responsibility and everyone needs to stop, look, and listen. So now I'm going to get to my second favorite part, which is innovation. As part of the Rail Safety Act review panel, they identified that rail safety needs to be a shared responsibility, but they also encouraged the railways to start investing in technology. And this is 6 little examples of the things that CN has invested in. The autonomous track inspection, which is actually a car that now goes into regular trains and can pick up data and sensors, and it goes up into the cloud and we track it. This also provides additional days of capacity onto our rail line, improving capacity and fluidity. We have handheld technology for mechanics. We're moving to handheld technology for train crews. We're using enterprise automation, and we're using a smart network, which is literally we're twinning our entire network, but in a cloud, so that we can continue to try and move things more efficiently and more safely. It also helps us with planning and start to become more proactive. So I'm going to and I'm going to save the best for last. This one, unfortunately, is in Winnipeg, but it's very cool, and it should be deployed over the next few years across the network, is our automated inspection portals. And I have a video to explain how it works.
Today, there are a lot of manual procedures in the railcar inspection process. People looking at rail cars as they go by or as they stand in the yard, trying to identify the potential for defect. That process has worked for years and has helped CN maintain a safe and reliable railway.
While our daily tasks can be pretty challenging at times, when we do the certified car inspection, you're down on the ground, you're in the dirt, you're in the mud, you're in the trenches, you're doing a hard task. It can take up to an hour and a half, to possibly even 2. So what's very interesting about this is that we can take that time and reduce it down from an hour and a half to 2, down to minutes to seconds with a technology that is the automated railcar inspection portal.
So we're attempting to go from a completely manual inspection, where we use a human eye, to move toward a automated inspection through a portal, which automatically bad orders cars, and we get to do the repairs. These are high-resolution cameras pointed at the train, with the train going through at track speed up to 60 miles per hour. These are very large pieces of infrastructure with very high-intensity LED lighting that lights up the sides and the undercarriage of the train. With cameras all the way around taking pictures of everything, from what's underneath to the sides to the top, we get a picture of the entire train. A picture of every single car following the locomotive is captured 360 degrees. No matter what time of the day or night, time of year, there's no discrimination between the bad ordering of the car. So where a human eye may miss, the machine will not.
It'll capture an accident before an accident happens.
We're going to have the same eye looking at rail cars all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we should catch more of the defects and make it a safer railroad at the end of the day. I envision what this is going to do for CN Rail and the industry overall. I'd love to see what this looks like 20 years from now, and what are we doing and how safe the railroad could be using this kind of technology.
So that is just one of the ways in which CN is trying to improve safety and work with our communities to provide them with a sense of security that not only are we moving your goods as efficiently and effectively as possible, but as safely as possible. And we have actually a massive video gallery of different little things that we have on all the different technology that we're doing, including the cloud and some of the other safety mechanisms. So on that, I would like to thank you for your time, and I'm going to just finish off with the final and always famous question, how to get a hold of CN. So I've listed a few things, I hear the chuckles. You will see up there, we have CN's public inquiry line. This is also on all our posts and mile posts. This is for non-emergencies. And it could be things like property conditions, grade crossing, rail ties, etc. And then we also have, I've provided Saskatchewan's Dangerous Goods Officers contacts and grade crossing regulations, an email that you can do if it's related to the new grade crossing regulations. So this will go out afterwards, and you can click on the links and the information will be there, but I just wanted to say thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lindsay. Are you guys still at the booth?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'll leave you this. Thank you.
So thank you, Lindsay. And so I just want to, before we take our break, I just want to remind you this is the last time, your last chance to visit the trade show vendors before it ends at 3:30 today. And of course, Lindsay and her team are at their booth as well if you had any questions following her presentation. We will reconvene on the main convention floor at 3 p.m. But before we break, I just want you to listen to a quick announcement about our sponsors.
The Lieutenant Governor's Award and our pocket agendas were brought to you by CN, getting their start in rail close to 100 years ago. CN has evolved to a worldwide class of transportation leader and only world-class transportation leader and the only transcontinental railway in North America. Visit cn.ca.
Boy, we caught some.
I'd like to welcome everybody back. Is there some way we can get them lights just tuned down a wee bit? They're shining. There, that's a little better. Thank you. If everybody can grab a seat, and we'll reconvene the afternoon session. This time, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Wayne Black, President of Saskatchewan Municipal Hail. Wayne and his wife Betty farm with their son and reside near Tisdale. Wayne currently serves as the Reeve of the RM of Archerville, number 397. He was first elected to the Municipal Hail Board of Directors in 1997 and was elected president in 2004. When Wayne is not engaged in farming or dealing with municipal issues, he spends his time with his grandchildren and traveling. Please join me in welcoming Wayne Black.
Either one.
Either one?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, hi everybody. I'm going to make a correction. That bio is, well, there's no other way to say it, that it's just wrong. Actually, our RM is called the RM of Barrier Valley, but Archville is where our office is, and we'll get that corrected for the future.
I just read what was here.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and once again, it's a pleasure to be here on behalf of SMHI. As you all know, we are a major sponsor of the organization of SARM, and not only do we sponsor this event, the SARM convention, we are big supporters and sponsors of SARM throughout the year, and we're always there when they need a helping hand. So have a great relationship with SARM. So I'm going to give you a report today on the operations of Municipal Hail for the 2019 season. And before I do that, I want to introduce my fellow board members that are sitting at the front table here. They can stand up and remain standing until I introduce them all. Ken McBride is our vice president. He's from Kindersley. No, don't clap. They're all good people, but one clap at the end is plenty for them. Foster Warner is from Alameda. He's our executive member. Murray Purcell is from Saskatoon. Pauline Zeal-Grimsrud is from Torquay. Morse Berry is from Caryvale. Blair Cummins is from Blucher near Saskatoon. John Wagner is from down in the southwest at Maple Creek. And we have a brand new board member this year in Jason Friesen, and Jason is from the Watson area. So that's our current, and of course myself, I'm Wayne Black. I'm from Tisdale and recently re-elected a few hours ago as president of the organization again. So that's our current board, ladies and gentlemen. I can't go on without bringing recognition to our retiring board member, someone you all know so well. Arnold Boyko is from the Watson area. Arnold is a 27-year member from the board, just a great community person, has been a strong advocate on our board at Municipal Hail. And although we are no longer colleagues on the board, we will be friends forever, and Arnold is known to most of you people in this room, a friend of many of yours. So Arnold, stand up again and let's show some appreciation to Arnold. Thank you for that. We also have with us today some of our senior staff. Our office manager is Lise Nargang. There she is. Daryl Tiefenbach is the manager of field operations. And Daryl had a terrific year. We had an extremely busy year this year, and Daryl deserves a lot of credit for getting the work done out in the field. Mark Holfield is our Chief Operating Officer. And of course, Rodney Shetler is our Chief Executive Officer, who's going to get the Lou Jacobs Award this year. So congratulations to Rodney. So Municipal Hail provides spot loss and fire coverage on all crops, and we do that at cost. We have three companies that provide the coverage. The first, of course, and the most widely used is SMHI. It's the oldest of our companies, came into being in 1917, and is still accounts for about 70% of the total business that we write. Coverage is continuous on that crop. It's available only to farmers who own land, and the premiums are collected as taxes, and you get insurance on credit. As long as you pay by December 31st, you don't pay any penalties. But of course, if you pay earlier, there's discounts available, which is always good. Second company is Additional. It became into being in 1924, and it's there to provide top-up for the municipal company, for the main company, which can give you the first $275 of coverage, and then you can top that up with Additional. And of course, Additional is also there for those of you that rent land, and it would be your first choice on your rented land. Our third company is called Prairie, and it works under the Additional banner as well. And it is strictly an online company, and we have to thank Ag Direct for all the good advertising they did on during the curling bonds fields, telling them how easy it is to buy insurance online. Well, we do that, and we did it before Ag Direct was there too. So if you're looking to buy online, you might as well buy it from your own company, and it stands alone as well. Or you can use it as a top-up as well. All of the companies charge the same base rates, and we provide full and deductible coverage options. Our coverage on municipal continues to offer, and we write off all crops at 85%. Some of the companies now apparently no longer write off crops at 85. If you get 85% damage, we take you right up to 100 and write it off totally. And we understand that isn't the norm in the business anymore. You remember surcharges on canola have been reducing over the last number of years, and they are now down to 1. So you pay exactly the same for insurance coverage on canola as you do on wheat and barley and oats and anything else. This season we ended up providing insurance on 16 million acres, and we provided coverage of $2.34 billion of coverage. And that's down a little bit simply because of the dry season we went into early on, and farmers were backing off a little bit on their insurance coverage. Our share of the insurance market continues to increase very slowly, and we are now at about 54%. The rating side of the business, I'm pleased to report that the rates in general for 2019 were down again about 8% from the previous year. And in total, over the last 10 years, hail insurance premiums have dropped about 46%. So you're now buying hail insurance today at some of the lowest costs that you've ever had. And it just goes to show that it's our mandate to provide insurance coverage at cost, and that's exactly what we do. On the claims side, it was a bit of a grind over the last year, and you know that it wasn't an ideal year. It started out very dry in seeding conditions, didn't rain until the middle of June, and then hail started, and it came regularly during July. Big hailstorms provided only hail on 29 days, and that's very unusual. We usually have hailstorms on all 31 days in July, but this year there was a couple of days that it didn't actually hail. Had storms on 103 days, which is a bit above average, and 7,321 claims, which is on the high side. We've been there before, but it is fairly high. And 3.3 million acres damaged by hail over the last year. And that's a big year. That's a full million acres of hailed acres over and above the year previous. So it was a big year for hail. And ironically enough, the surprise of the year was September. We don't usually plan on having a big year in September, a big hail season. The days start to cool off, and a lot of the crop is already off in some areas. And so typically we pay out about $2.3 million in September. This year we paid out just under $19 million. 672,000 acres damaged in September. So a huge month, and it causes some issues for us in adjusting, because by September a lot of our adjusting staff is moved on to bigger and better things in their mind, and we have a core group left, and big thanks to Daryl and the field staff and the office staff as well, because we were able to adjust those crops in a very timely manner, and it worked out well in the end. The checks were published and everything worked out, but it took a lot of extra effort from our field staff and our office staff, and we appreciate that very much. Heaviest hail in the province this year went to Snipe Lake, and that's the Eston area, and Bill Owens, I just chatted with him, and we were one of the big contributors to the well-being of Snipe Lake this year. Remember, Eston on the 1st of July was the community that got just totally devastated by a hailstorm, and SGI had some major claims in that area. And we paid about $4 million out in that RM. Ituna, Bon Accord, Oakville, Redburn, and Grandview were also RMs that had a lot of hail damage over the last year. So all of this hail activity resulted in a loss to premium of about 104%, and created an operating loss of just over $27 million, just under 28 actually. And the good thing about that is that money went to farmers, and we're a farmer-owned organization, and any time that we have a severe loss, we know that the farmers are the beneficiaries of that, so that works out well from our point of view. However, we've got a large surplus, as you know, and we talk about that on a regular basis. So when we take the earnings from our investment account and the surplus, it reduces the loss to about $7.5 million. And for this company, a $7.5 million is not a serious loss at all. And we're happy to be able to contribute that to the farming economy. One of the reasons why we maintain that big reserve and to ensure that we can provide adequate coverage levels at a stable price for many years to come. We don't expect that there's going to be very much, if any, increases in rates this year, so you'll be happy to know that. Obviously, the areas that had heavy hail might see some small increases, but I would expect that most farmers would expect to see a small increase when they've reaped the benefits of their hail insurance. So that'll all work out in the end. So in closing, folks, I'd like to thank the SARM, first of all, Bill, for giving us a little bit of time on the agenda just to make a report on behalf of Municipal Hail. Certainly want to thank all of our office staff, the directors, the farmers who take the time to buy the hail insurance, and our administrators they play a huge role in the delivery of our product to their farmer members and their ratepayers, and everybody does a good job to make sure that Municipal Hail is still the first choice when it comes to buying hail insurance in the province. Remember that you're owned and operated by the farmers of Saskatchewan, and we're here to provide you. We've got the resources, both in human resources and financial resources, to look after all of your insurance needs. So when it comes to buying hail insurance, I hope you give us a first look, and we'd appreciate that very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Wayne, and I apologize for that introduction. I was in a breakout session yesterday when Wayne introduced one of our presenters, and he did an excellent job without any notes at all. So thanks again for a well-presented report, Wayne. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to have you and your board here and part of your staff. So at this time, I would like to invite Paul Kelly, the account executive from SaskTel, to introduce our next guest speaker. Please welcome Paul Kelly.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my personal pleasure to be here to introduce this afternoon's keynote speaker on behalf of the management and staff of SaskTel. But before I start this introduction of Claude Elliott, Claude, as I indicated to you earlier, I have to start with a confession. And my confession is that I've not yet been to the great province of Newfoundland and Labrador. And that's on me. I'm going to fix that. I told Claude I am going to attend the Rider game in Halifax in July, and that if he wanted to get a good taste of Saskatchewan spirit, that perhaps journeying across the water to Halifax might be a good idea. But I wanted to share an experience. You know, I was born and raised here. I moved to Alberta as part of a bit of a misspent youth to work in the oil and gas business. And between farm boys working the rigs in the wintertime and Newfoundlanders, I think we outnumbered the locals. And so you got to know a lot of folks from Newfoundland over the course of my career there. And I always felt that the kinship between people in Saskatchewan and people in Newfoundland were the strongest. You know, these are hard-working, trustworthy, salt-of-the-earth kind of people that would work hard and play even harder and would stop at a moment's notice to give you a hand. And I always felt like there was a connection between Saskatchewan and people from Newfoundland. And as well, I am mindful that I'm here on behalf of SaskTel, and our employees are citizens of Saskatchewan. And for those of you that were in the room this morning for the Rural Broadband Panel, I can tell you without exception that we're all trying as best we can to improve and reinforce our networks and deliver the connectivity that you need. We know that we're successful when you're successful, and it gives us great pride to continue to be able to do that. It says in my notes here that, you know, during the monumental 9/11 tragedy, Claude was the mayor of Gander, Newfoundland, a small town in northeast Newfoundland with 6 traffic lights and a population less than 13,000. I think in Saskatchewan, Claude, that means like you're the 8th largest city. Anyway, on September 11th, 7,000 plane passengers were diverted from New York to Gander International Airport, and the people aboard those flights, and in my notes here it says, were forced to stay in Gander. Now, I have an inkling that they had the pleasure to stay in Gander, and many have been back since, and I'm sure we'll hear stories about that. During what I can imagine to be very stressful and challenging times, Claude was instrumental in organizing community efforts to help the stranded passengers find safety, refuge, and community. The town's simple hospitality to unexpected guests drew worldwide attention and even inspired a Broadway musical. Claude, I don't know if you're singing this afternoon, but here to share his remarkable story of leadership and community is the retired mayor of Gander, Newfoundland. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming keynote speaker, Mr. Claude Elliott.
Well, thank you very much, Paul. I can reassure you I'm not going to sing. I've been blessed with many things in life, but a singing voice was not one of them. First of all, I say it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon in the beautiful city and province of Saskatchewan. I actually can walk around with a pair of shoes on, which I haven't done for the last 3 months home. We've had so far over 400 centimeters of snow. We have another 20 to 25 today and some more next weekend, so it's always nice to get away from the snow. Last week I was in Houston. That was quite a change too. So I goes home and I looks in the mirror and I ask myself the question, why do I live here? But you know, despite that, it's still a beautiful place to live. How many of you people here have an emergency plan? I'm sure, yeah. How many people in that emergency plan do you put in where 7,000 people might drop in for 4 or 5 days? I doubt very much if anybody do, and certainly Gander was no different. We didn't have it in our emergency plan. Being an airport town, most of our plan was around airplane crashes. Over the years, we've had a few there, so other things, but certainly not with 7,000 people decide to drop in for 5 days. On that fateful day, I guess we heard about it in Gander the same as everybody else. I was asked the question, no matter where I go, what were you doing when you got the call? I was at Tim Hortons. That was my morning ritual between 9:30 and 10:30. It was go to Tim Hortons. Now, you have to realize technology was not as advanced in 2001 as it is today. There was very few cell phones. We didn't have any. So I would go in the office in the morning about 8:30 and make sure I signed documents and checks, whatever had to be done. And then I would leave and go to coffee, and I would let my executive assistant know where I was going to be too in case they needed me. Well, little did I know that I would be needed that morning. It was while we were in Tim Hortons, someone came in and said, "Did you hear there was a plane just crashed into one of the towers in New York?" Well, your first reaction, wow, how big a plane was it? Was it small? I can only imagine the devastation, how many people were going to be killed, what was the tragedy going to be like. And so you just went back to your morning chat when eventually someone else said that the second plane had crashed. You knew then that that wasn't normal. At that time, I left and I went home, and I turned on my television and seen the images that everybody else was seeing around the world. Little did I know that I would not get back to my home anymore until 6 days later, when the town manager called me at about 11:30, and he said, "It looks like the U.S. airspace is going to be shut down. There's been a terrorist attack in New York, Pennsylvania, and down in the Pentagon in Washington." And he said, "Canada is going to be accepting all the aircraft." Now, if you're familiar with Gander, Gander is the crossroads of the world by hair. So once planes leave Europe in the morning, once you get halfway across, the nearest airport is Gander. And the planes were told to land at the nearest airport. And in checking with air traffic control, they said at that time there was about 1,000 airplanes in the air that would have to come to Canada. And we weren't sure how many we were going to get first. So with the next call we got, we said, expect 50 aircrafts. And we started doing the math. About 200 on a plane, we're going to get 10,000 people, and we got 9,000 living here. Well, then, due to planes not being over halfway across, they were turned back to their destination. So we ended up with 38 aircraft and about 7,000 passengers. When they landed first, it was only going to be for a few hours. The report was they might be on the ground for 6-7 hours until the U.S. could figure out how widespread this terrorist attack was. So there was not much we could do. Just wait. And as we're sitting around the office, we're realizing that what about if this takes longer than 6 or 7 hours? We better start getting ready. So at around noon, we set up our emergency operations center. And we called in all the players to get ready in case, the worst case scenario, those people were going to come off the planes. Sure enough, that had happened. We were told they were coming off the planes. Now, Gander is a huge airport, huge runways, but not a lot of staff there anymore. So, where were we going to put all those people? We only got 500 hotel rooms. I don't know about you, but trying to put 10,000 people or 7,000 people in 500 hotel rooms is going to be a bit crowded. But the one thing we did know that if those passengers came off, that the crews on the plane were going to need their rest. So the first thing I did as the mayor was declare a state of emergency. And I declared the state of emergency so we could take access to everything in town, including the hotel rooms, because we were getting word that some of the airlines were calling the hotels trying to book their passengers in. And we needed that for the crew. In the meantime, then our staff started to get all to council, even though the mayor has the authority, I had the authority to declare a state of emergency, but it also had to be put in a resolution passed by council. So then we had to get council together and pass that. So as we were getting ready for that, then we started to realize that aboard the planes, that people were running out of food, running out of water, they were running out of everything up there. So we got some volunteers to go to the airport and start making up some lunches. One of the greatest organizations that we have in our community, and you may have it in yours, and if it's not in your emergency plan, you should put them there, and that's the Salvation Army. Because I can reassure you, if there's anybody used to disasters and how to look after, it's them. So we contacted the headquarters, said, here's the dilemma, can you provide some volunteers? And within hours, they had 400 volunteers ready to go to the airport, and we needed to make some lunches. They made up 7,000 boxed lunches at the airport. There was truckloads of food was trucked up there. It was amazing just to see the amount of food that was done. Now, where are we going to put those people? So one of the things we wanted to put them in, we could only put them in schools and churches everywhere because there's no hotel rooms. How do we get them there? We have about 12 taxis in Gander. And that's pretty good. That's enough for us on a day-to-day basis. So the only busing system belongs to the school board authority. And the bus drivers were on strike. Another obstacle. But I made arrangements to meet with the union and the superintendent of the school. And the bus driver made it very clear that they had no problem with the passengers that was there. Their problem was with their employer, and every bus driver came off the picket line and volunteered their time for 5 days to drive those people wherever they wanted to go. Our neighboring communities started to offer assistance. Keep in mind, we weren't sure, still didn't know if those passengers were going to be took off and then put back on. So we tried to keep everybody in Gander. And we just physically couldn't do it. So eventually our neighbors, 5 communities within an hour's drive of Gander, offered assistance, and we sent people to them. Some of the problems that we ran into was, for instance, the passengers had absolutely nothing, only their carry-on. That's all they could bring off. They couldn't take no luggage. All U.S. planes were treated as bombs. They were heavily guarded by the RCMP and the military. Every other airline was okay, but all American carriers were treated as bombs. So the American ones were going to be the last people to get off of the planes. When the last people got off the last plane, they had been sitting there for 28 hours. I was on the tarmac yesterday in Toronto for 20 minutes. And I thought that was bad. So I can only imagine. And they were there for 28 hours. But as they were coming off the plane, they were met with volunteers. And the volunteer then handed them a lunchbox, which consisted of a juice, a fruit, a sandwich, and a water. And we could only do one plane at a time. So it was a long process. So eventually, at about, I think it was around 12:30 in the morning, we get a call from a airline, ATA. They had 85 children on way to Disney World through the Children's Wish Foundation. 85 children was going to Disney World. That was their last wish. I can reassure you it was very trying for the community. So we took care of them. When they came out, we got them off the plane, we set them up. But we didn't just put them somewhere. We contacted volunteers, and we got every mascot, everything we could do. We put on parties for them. We took them on canoe rides. We took them on horseback riding, whatever we could do to try to keep their stay in Gander as, under a difficult circumstances, as comfortable as possibly could. Then later on in the morning, we were notified of a lady staying in a shelter that her husband had been killed at the World Trade Center. We had another couple staying at the Legion. Their son was a firefighter in New York, and he was missing. So then we set up emergency center. We contacted a doctor and some nurses, and they set up a crisis center, and they would take people there. The clergy took part, would take people to whatever church they wanted to go to pray and to do things. So it was certainly a community effort. I can reassure you that no matter how good your plan is, somewhere along life, you may be thrown a curveball, that there's nothing in that plan. And so I've been asked many times, how come it worked so well? I think one of the reasons was we never had time to take out a book and look and see what was in there, because there was nothing in there. You just had to act right on the spot. And I think the greatest asset any community is going to have is its people. And if you got your people, there's no task too big that you can't do. So we were trying to do all that and trying to make sure that thing. All of a sudden, we started having to pile up food. You imagine trying to feed. Because the people that moved outside of Gander, all the food was stationed in Gander, and then it was moved from Gander to each of the communities. Some of the trucking companies donated their refrigerator trucks so as we could move the food. Now, where we put this? I guess fortunately, we had the ice down at the hockey rink because we were ready for the season. So once the state of emergency was declared, everything was canceled, and we used the hockey rink as a refrigerator. And we stored everything on the ice surface. I think we had the largest walking refrigerator in Newfoundland. And the Salvation Army, they coordinated all the meals for the people. Everywhere where people stayed, there was kitchen facilities. I think the passengers that stayed at the College of the North Atlantic probably had it the best, because up there's a cooking school. And they had people in training, so all of a sudden, they would have stuffed chicken breast dinners. They would have pork chops. They would have steaks, because those people are in training, learning how to cook. So they probably did pretty good up there. Over the 5 days, the Salvation Army coordinated 285,000 meals for the other 4 communities plus Gander. The Newfoundland Tel at the time, which is now Bell Alliant, they put phones in every place where people were staying, because you can imagine people wanting to get back home and try to get out to their loved ones, and it was very difficult. And I always brag about the 5 beautiful days we had in Newfoundland, because we don't get that very often, not 5 straight days. But from September the 11th to September the 15th in 2001, we had the most beautiful days we've ever had, I think, in the history of our province. And they set up phones and computers, 100 phones and 25 or 30 computers outside of their office on Airport Boulevard, so people could go and use and call home, and free of charge. Everything was free of charge. The hospitals put 2 doctors 24 hours around the clock to just look after the plain people. Keep in mind, they had no luggage, only their carry-on. And one of the valuable lessons I learned from this is, usually when I'm traveling, I take my medication with me. But when I'm going home, I have a tendency to put it in my suitcase to go through with my luggage. I don't do that anymore, because they were stranded in Gander, and most of them had no medication. If you had a prescription, you would go to the pharmacy, and the pharmacy would fill it. But if you didn't, you had to go and see a doctor. Also keep in mind that the dosage in the United States in drugs is different than what it is in Canada. So the doctors would spend a lot of time trying to convert the American system to the Canadian system, because you could give them too much or not enough. So there was doctors at that, and all the time. Sometimes the pharmacist would have to call the doctor and say he didn't know the dosage, so they would have to figure all that out. So it was all time-consuming. We certainly didn't mind helping those people because that's what you're supposed to do in a time of need. You're supposed to help people. One of the things we were told is to not let anyone in your private homes because there could be more terrorists on those planes. Well, by the time we got that message, there was around 1,300 people standing in people's homes. And I think sometimes they don't understand our way of life. I mean, as one lady called me at the office and she said, "Mr. Mayor, I just heard we're not supposed to take anybody in our homes." I said, "Yeah, for precautionary measures, you shouldn't." Well, she said, "I got a little 82-year-old lady here with me. I don't think she's much of a threat." I said, well, that's fine. When all the schools were closed, they closed all the schools, you think as a student, wow, what a great, I'm going to get extra 4 or 5 days off. But every student in the school went in and volunteered for 5 days. They went back with their teachers, they went back with their parents, and helped to volunteer. I had two gentlemen from New York told me they left the college of the North Atlantic to travel down to Walmart. They wanted to walk to Walmart. And just outside the college, someone stopped and said, "Would you like a ride?" And he said, "When I was growing up, my mom told me never to get in a car with strangers." So he said, "No." He said, "That's fine." He said, "We'll walk." He said after 30 minutes, they had made about 20 feet. That's how many cars stopped to ask them if they wanted to ride. So they finally decided, if we don't get in the car, we'll never get to Walmart. So it was crazy, but it was good. You got to realize we had people from 95 countries. Now you might think language. I think the only language they didn't understand was us. We certainly have our own unique way. My son-in-law is an American, and they were home last summer, and we were at my house, and he was the only American there, and we were in a big conversation. Finally, I told him, I said, "You go downstairs in the rec room because you look completely confused there." He didn't know what we were talking about at all. He couldn't understand. So I said, that's fine. So we have a lot of teachers. We have a lot of doctors who can speak different languages. But you know what? Most of the passengers could speak multiple languages. So they helped us through all that. One of the things we want to make sure was that we wanted everybody to be together. So if you were on Delta Flight 15, you were all at the Legion. If you were on American Airlines, say 25, you were at Gander Academy. Delta Flight 62, you were at Gander Academy. And we put everybody strategic like that so we know that we knew when they were ready to go back home that we'd only have one stop to make. We knew all the passengers were there. They weren't scattered all over town. That was very important, and that sped up the. We had a problem out in Gamble, just a community about 40 minutes outside of Gander. There was a gentleman there from Nairobi. When we picked up the passengers, we couldn't find him. So after about an hour, we found him. You got to realize in September month in Newfoundland is moose hunting season. He was in on the barrens with 2 local guys from Gamble moose hunting. So he had quite the experience, I'm sure. As one lady said to me when they were leaving,
I guess we've got a little bit of an emergency. Carmen just asked me if we could find the administrator from the RM of Bain for an emergency situation. Carmen, can you go to the other end? So the administrator from the RM of Bain, please go to the back entrance to meet Carmen Sterling.
Okay. Not a problem, Sarah. Well versed on emergency. I spent 30 years as a paramedic, and I know what emergencies are. So we finally got him aboard, and you got to realize when you get back to the airport, there's also a lot of chaos. There was Muslim people, and the passengers, some didn't want to get back on the flights with them. I must say, we never had too much of a problem. I think over the 5 days, everybody came together. And I think that one of the things we learned is that we had people there from 95 countries. And for 5 days, they all ate together, drank together, slept together, and cried together. You know, we're living in a world of uncertainty, but I still believe that we can all live together, and I think that was proof of what happened in Gander. It's just going to take some work on behalf of everybody to make that happen, and I'm convinced that our world would be a better place today if we all learn. Unfortunately, sometimes it takes a tragedy to make that happen. So, trying to get everybody back aboard the planes, we finally did. Now, you got to realize, if you were on a flight from Frankfurt to Dallas, or from France, there was one flight of Lufthansa Airlines from France to Dallas. When you left Gander, you didn't go to Dallas, you went back to France. That caused a bit of a snarl at the airport because passengers didn't want to get on the plane. They wanted to go to their final destination. But all U.S. planes did not land on U.S. soil when they left Gander. They went back to Europe, wherever they left from in the morning. So it was a bit of a trouble at the airport for that. We've, you know, it's not something that we want, that you would expect to run into every day. But the amazing part about it is what you learn from it. One of the things that I learned from it, despite the snow, 2 months of summer, I'm still very thankful where I live. And when I saw the terror on the face, especially the people from the United States, some of them didn't want to go home. They weren't sure what their country was going to be like. They weren't sure of the future. They didn't want to go home. And we had to reassure them that your country will rebound. You will be okay. And as much as those people for 5 days needed food, they needed clothing, they needed more so, they needed love and compassion more than all that put together. Now, what do you think was the first thing we ran out of? Underwear. And the Salvation Army decided to go somewhere and got a truckload of underwear and brought it to Gander. Imagine you can only turn your underwear around so many times before you eventually got to change it, right? So that was the only thing. The Salvation Army headquarters in Toronto told the local Salvation Army office in Gander, you have an open checkbook. You go and purchase whatever you want. Nobody paid for nothing. No passenger on the plane for 5 days paid for nothing. Everything was given to them free. Not because they couldn't afford to pay for it. There was people in Gander could have bought Gander. There was people that were rich enough to buy Gander. But it was to try to not single out anybody, whether you were a millionaire or you were just an ordinary citizen. Because I'm sure not everybody, was rich, but most of them were. So everything was given free of charge. I know that we qualified under the provincial government as an emergency disaster relief fund, and so does the federal government. And we tapped into that. So all the businesses were told to keep a track of everything that you spend as much as you can. And I think that the business community was reimbursed over $4 million over them 5 days. So even people that worked overtime, were paid. So for them 5 days, I would go home just long enough to get a shower, come back to the office. One of the most important things we found in all of this was media. I'm going to give you some advice. that if you ever get in a disaster, only appoint one person to talk to the media. And that's what we did. I was the spokesperson. I did all the interviews. I talked to all the media. And it was a consistent story. Because sometimes if you've got too many people talking, you get stuff that's not accurate. You get stuff that's being said. I was doing between 55 and 60 interviews a day. Media all over the world, calling newspapers, televisions, radios, and not only over, but Canada, Newfoundland, everywhere. I remember getting a call from a Detroit radio station. The guy wanted me to go on live at 12 in the night, but that was 1:30 in the morning in Newfoundland. So I agreed to do it, and I'm on this live radio television show from Detroit. And the man said to me, he said, "Mr. Mayor, I understand you gave complete strangers your cars to drive around." Yes, sir, we did. We let them go sightseeing, whatever they wanted to do, we gave them our vehicles. Wow, he said, "We wouldn't do that in Detroit." I said, "No, sir, but we don't live in Detroit." He said, "Mr. Mayor, weren't you scared they were going to steal your vehicles?" "No, sir, we live on a highland. It's very hard to steal. Very hard to steal your vehicles." The people weren't there to steal our vehicles. The people that were there were mostly just ordinary people like ourselves, on the way back from a vacation or on the way to a vacation somewhere or visiting family and friends that ended up in Gander for 5 days. We've had a lot of accolades since. They wanted to pay us. Passengers was offering money to pay for it. We said no. And if you saw the musical Come From Away, is no, we don't want money. You would do the same for us. That's our philosophy. You would do the same for us. So someone said to somebody once, "Look, why don't you just go to the town hall and there's a box there. If you want to drop anything in, do it." So after the passengers had all gone, we took all the currency from around the world and carried it to the bank. I'll never forget the look on the bank manager's face when we dumped it out. And after it was all converted, there was $60,000 was donated. Now, as a municipality, there's a lot of things you could do with $60,000, but it wasn't donated to the municipality. At the time, our local hospital was in the process of trying to get a dialysis unit set up there, and the provincial government said, "If you can fundraise for the equipment, we'll supply the staff." Well, we had $60,000, and that's where we put it. And they bought 2 new dialysis units for the Gander Hospital, and they're still operating today. Now, the units have changed because they're more sophisticated, but that's where we put the money. Every organization where people stayed have got thousands and thousands of dollars back. There was a scholarship fund set up in Lewisport by a lady from Columbus. And when she got aboard her flight on the way back, she said, she talked to the passenger. She said, "I want to collect some money. I want to do something for the kids at that school where we stayed." And she said, "If you haven't got no money now," she said, "you can send it to me." I don't know what she collected, and I don't know who donated to it or what. But I do know today that every year there's around 8 to 10 kids go off to post-secondary education with a scholarship from that fund that today is still at $1.5 million. So, and the Rockefeller Foundation out of New York outfitted that school with brand new computers right through the whole school. I went to Germany. Lufthansa Airlines came into Gander on a trip from Boston to Frankfurt and dropped into Gander and picked up 20 of us. Then they dropped into Halifax and picked up 20 people there, flew us to Frankfurt, wined and dined us for 5 days, and they named one of their aircraft Gander Halifax. It was the first time ever in their history they went outside of their country to name a aircraft. So you see, we didn't do it. We didn't want an airplane named after us. We didn't do it for that. We did it because people needed us. We didn't look at the people. We don't look at people and say, "What is your religion? What color are you?" Well, it's just people. And you do it. You help people in a time of need. regardless. And when I go back tomorrow night, my driveway will be done. If not, my neighbor's going to hear it. But that's the way we operate. We do it to help because we firmly believe that it will be done to us in the same situation. There's 3 things I was proud of after this was over. And I looked around, and when the people left and I saw the tears of joy and the smiles on their faces, we were paid in full. We didn't need anything else. But there's 3 things I'm proud of. I'm proud of my community. I'm proud of the people that live there. And I'm proud of my province, and I'm also proud of my country. Because we weren't the only ones that had planes. Planes were all around this great country of ours. I don't know. I probably should shut up because I can probably go on. I don't want to make thing. 21 years as mayor. My first year, I remember telling the people, you're not going to like everything I do, but I'm going to make a decision what's in the best interest of my community. And sometimes that's not going to be in your best interest, but it is in the best interest of the community. I ran provincially once, knew I wasn't going to win from day one. But just outside of Gander, there's a community called Benton. There's about 200 people lives there. When the election was over, I ran into a guy at the mall one day. And he said to me, he said, you didn't win. I said, no, sir. But I said, what I wanted to do, I have no regrets. He said, I don't know how many votes you got in Benton. But he said, me and my wife voted for you. Well, I said, I thank you very much for that, sir. But when you go home, you should have a chat to your wife because I only got 1 vote in Benton. So they say politicians lie. So does the public sometimes. Before I finish, I'm just going to give one other thing that you mightn't have realized. In taking care of all the people and everything, we almost forgot about all the animals that might be on those planes. Anyway, someone said there was none, but the SPCA got permission with armed guards to go through the planes to have a look. When it was all over, said and done, they had 8 cats, 9 dogs, and 2 bonobo chimpanzees. They were on their way to Columbus Zoo, and one of them was pregnant. Actually, and unfortunately, she had a delivery in Gander, but the baby died. But shortly after the monkeys got to Columbus, she had another baby, which they named Gander. So it's been great. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no task too big that you can't do, but you can't do it alone. And every role that's played by anybody is important. The role that I had as mayor was very important, but the little old lady down the street that made the pot of soup and made the pot of sandwiches was just as important. When I walked on Broadway in New York for the opening of Come From Away, and the media said to me, what does it feel like, Mr. Mayor, to walk out on Broadway? Well, I said, it's only something I've seen on television, and I never expected to be here. How does it feel? Does it make you feel proud? I said, yes, it do. But I said, tonight I'm walking out here to represent the 15,000 people that made all this happen. Unfortunately, they can't be here, so I'm doing it for them. Because you see, I read a quote one time that said, go not where there is a path. Instead, go and make a trail. For what you do for yourself dies with you, but what you do for others lives on. I will be around. If anybody got any questions to ask, I'll be around later, take any questions you might want to ask me about. But I thank you for this opportunity to come here and just give you a story, and I'm sure that you can make all your communities can be better. And just remember, you may be hit with something that you never expected. Thank you very much.
Just stay up here.
Okay.
I think we need to really applaud that presentation. It was something awesome. I just want to say something before I present our speaker with a gift, a token of our appreciation. As I think there's days in history that we always remember, and September 11th certainly was one of them. But I had a son, or still have a son, but he was working as an air traffic dispatcher at the Calgary airport. And he was part of that getting airplanes out of the Canadian airspace too. And we wouldn't believe, I said to him, how many planes were in Canadian airspace? And he said there was 5,500, over 5,500 airplanes that had registered flights that were in the air that day. And he worked out of the Calgary Tower, and they had to get him down within minutes or hours. And he said their staff never went home for 2 or 3 days either. Same thing. So we got to really appreciate and be thankful for what people in Gander, Newfoundland, and other parts of this great country of ours do. So in appreciation for you being here and sharing your story, please accept that.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that concludes our events for the day. So we will reconvene again tomorrow morning. I think it's 9 o'clock, Ray, is it? Yep. So we'll see you then. And we have the banquet, not having the banquet tonight, so we're going to have the, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Sorry about that. So the hockey game is on tonight. There's a reception before that from 5 to about 6:30 or so, 6:30 at the in the foyer area out here for drinks and appies and stuff. So and then we'll all go over to the rink. That's anybody that's going. So thank you again, and have a great evening.
Keynote speaker Claude Elliott was brought to you by SaskTel, the leading information and communications technology provider in Saskatchewan with over 1.35 million customer connections. Please visit sasktel.com.